Well, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be, or good evening, like it is here, or early morning. I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And with that said, hi. Um, oops. Do I have this in the wrong? Wait. Okay, is that Chloe? Um, is this the wrong way? Do I look sideways? I'm right side up, so I need to turn it. Okay, that should be right. Right? Is that right? It puts a chat in a strange place. Oh, so now I'm sideways. Okay, so this way. All right. Okay, so thank you. And sorry about that, limited resources. Um, we got to do what we have to do. But so anyway, I just got done having a live stream with Robert V, and we were discussing about thought, thinking, and the energies of the universe. Where do ideas come from? And so it's like that's a really good question. Where do ideas come from? Well, we think them. Do we? Do we really? Who is that? The Crow. Hey, how you doing? I saw you on Robert V. Yeah, at 6 a.m. there. It's well, it's 12 o'clock by my clock, but I don't set my clocks forward, so it's. Oh, hey, Scotty boy, how you doing? So but anyway, having little thoughts running through my head. It's like, so the universe. Wonder that everybody says the Akashic record. It's a library, and there are tablets and stuff like that. Yeah, well, okay, but I've gotten answers from the universe that there wasn't no, emerald tablets around to to say we used, to get the idea. Many times I would walk outside. Sometimes I'd smoke a bowl. I ain't gonna lie, but I didn't want to say that on Robert's channel. But I'd smoke a bowl, and we're gonna come up on a 20 here, not too long. But smoke a bowl and just ponder the problem. I've got a machine that's acting up. It's broken two tools that at 200 bucks a piece. It broke 400 bucks worth of stuff in less than 15 minutes. And don't know if we got an extra in the shop, and just and then and production is down. We got to get that thing running. Pressure. So I'd walk around the parking lot and just go, now we tried this, and what was I went through it step by step in my head. So then I'd go, okay, then we tried that over there, and so now, what was the radius on that tool, and what was this, and what about the hardness? We found out that some of the tools were too hard; they were too brittle, and so you could look at them and they'd break. That was not our fault, right? So, but in doing the homework of going back through all the steps of what did we cover, you know, we realized, ooh, there'd been some mistakes along the way. Sort of like the Doge stuff that's going on now, really. So companies have this issue with the people who write stuff up and put it on a piece of paper. And then they say, yep, it'll get done. And then they hand it to somebody else. And the somebody else is the rest of the plant. It's all maintenance and everybody. And there are times when we looked at each other and went, you want us to do what? I mean, you want us to do what? And the next one was, by when? So, but anywho, so what about what's coming up? All right, hang on. I got to put this on the stand. It was supposed to wait. The live stream was supposed to wait 10 minutes before it started, and it started before the 10 minutes was up. I looked over and it said, going live. No! Anyway, so here we are. So, greetings and blessings to all y'all out there. I do continue to pray that each of you will, and your friends and family too, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the good things from the universe. Now, see, with that said, you say, well, Dave, Hawkeye, you're saying that we can receive things from the universe. Yep. Well, can you see them? Well, you can see the benefits of a thought. What do you mean by that? Well, the simple example, you're building the kids some kind of play set or something. And, you don't have enough stuff to finish it right, or you're missing a piece, and, frustration. You want to finish up the job, but you can't, and the kids are screaming at you. And then, but to make it right, you need to go down to the hardware store and get the part that you need. But you don't have enough money because it's like, Thursday afternoon and you don't get your checks till Friday back in the day. And, so you can't afford to go down to the hardware store. So, but anyway, so then you go get this piece and fix it and everything's groovy, right? So, but where did you get the idea in your head? Where did it come from? Oh, we don't have all the parts. Oh, no, it'll never get fixed. Wait, now, kids, calm down. And so the elder, the person putting the thing together, says, calm down, chillins. We can fix this easily. I just need to wait a couple of days and go down to the hardware store. So, whatever the issue was, some of these issues can be fixed very easily. And, oh, no, what are we going to do? Hang on, just wait a couple of days. And then we can go down to the hardware store and get some duct tape, or, we need an extra shovel, or whatever it might be that is the issue of the day or the week or the month or the year, even. So it's important that we continue. Bunch of stuff out there right now about observation. I'm hearing other people talking about, you need to observe your surroundings, and, with people sneaking up behind you, knifing you, killing you, shooting you, so be aware of your surroundings for damn sure, right? Pay attention to what's going on. And unfortunately for us, we've been getting away for a long time. But the folks over at, in talking with some people who lived in near Jerusalem and would go into Jerusalem, they were like, you never know if somebody's going to set off a bomb. You never know if somebody's going to take out an AK and an AK-47 or something and just start shooting, or have a car bomb or something. You don't know. Now everybody over there is, I'm thinking I wish I could tell you the interview, but I can't. And it was what somebody saying, I don't have a problem with no bearded clams. Bearded clams? Bearded. Never mind. I'll stay out of y'all's conversation. I'm having trouble with mine. No, but so um, like I've said many times, and for folks who knew me before the internet, when but it's the cosmic goo. You know, it's not really gooey, but it holds everything together. But we can walk through it and pass through it, and it's all of these energies and cosmic energies that come in and bombard us while this is going on, and all of this is happening at one time. And it's affecting all of us in different ways because our DNA is different. I got blue eyes, somebody else got brown eyes or green eyes or purple eyes, or a black eye. Not for me. I just think, never mind. It's Saturday night, and somewhere somebody got into a tussle. So, there are so many people out there who aren't aware of anything. And if you tell them that, hey, listen, in this new age and everything, and with peoples and things and stuff changing, we need to be more aware of our surroundings. And they go, yeah, sure, yeah. And off they go, right? So, I don't know what the percentage of people just in the United States. I wonder what the percentage of people are that actually care about being observers. That's why 10 years ago plus, I became an official observer. Like, yeah, y'all ain't gonna watch this stuff, so I will, you know. And it goes back to when I started back with Brian and all, we were going to observe and make sure that people heard the truth from different things. And, I think we had discussed about CERN and some other stuff, right? So I know when I was on one of his shows early on, we talked about space weather, and I went through all kinds of space weather stuff and I showed the magnetosphere and all that kind of stuff, right? And so, and people forget that, and it's like, because the one I had ain't on my thing anymore. And at the moment, like, I got a brand new computer, but Yahoo and the internet refuses to let me use the computer with a camera to do live streams. So here I am stuck with a cell phone. Now, I love it, but so technical difficulties all the way around, you know. And am I being picked on? I think so. I really do. Because of some of the things I've said about Dante and some of the other things I've said and politically, and the fact that they had to take down some of my videos because I said something about a mask, for entertainment purposes only, and and other stuff, right? And just passing our conversation. So it's like it should be better now. You know, YouTube should apologize and reinstate those videos that they took down and deleted because I didn't really say anything bad. Are they going to apologize? I doubt it. But as long as they stop being mean, you know. But this thing as to why this new computer And if anybody's got any suggestions, a brand new computer, Robert V bought it for me for Christmas. God bless him, because we've been doing all these um, live streams together. And he was looking at it sort of like a business, venture. Is like, here, you need a better computer so we can do these things, right? Okay, thank you very much. You know, my other computer works, but the camera everything was screwed up. So for the first 2 months, the camera worked fine on this new computer. And then all of a sudden, I went to get online and it was like, bing, nope. And it gives me errors and it won't do and it struggles. And no matter what I've done to it, it refuses to. I've changed mirrors. I've changed cameras and I've changed all the settings. It ain't that. There's something in the code that has come in from YouTube or something that is telling the camera, because I can use the camera in Rumble. I can use the camera in other things, just not YouTube. Of course they're picking on me, It's what? It's Gabby birthday this week. Is that getting? Never mind. Bad joke. It's coming up on a 20. I don't want to miss this one. So, but anyway, so future thinking, forward thinking. Now, Max is on the other channel. It's his time of, week and stuff to do the um, remote viewing. And I've tried it, and it seems like I get too much information. Just, and it's like whatever the target is, there's so much junk that is just and I know it's junk, in my mind's eye and everything, and it's almost like it wouldn't let me see. So, but I do, and I have been able to perceive future events or trends. I've warned people about, seed oils. What are they going to do? They want to, ban seed oils. Cottonseed oil in 1998 was only for animal consumption, not for human consumption, and they've been selling it, for the last 20 years. It's unsafe, and they mix it in with other stuff, and it's killing people. So, oh, Robert Kennedy, he's so bad, he's so mean. No, he ain't. He's, when it's, get this now, the new recommendations, if you have any type of seed oil, that it's better for you to use lard than to use a seed oil. Any kind of seed oil. If you don't have, lard, plain old unadulterated lard, you're better off with pure lard than any kind of seed oil. Think about that. And I got some lard in there, but I also have a gallon of peanut oil. And some people would say, ooh, it's a 20. Thank you, Scotty. Happy 20. Cheers. Let me get a drink of my coffee. So, future thoughts. Try to stick with me. Yeah, it just gets weird. So future thoughts. So I'm just talking with Barry just a bit ago. So my future thought is I'm going to go out to Missouri and see. And future thought is, you know, a really way future thought. Don't know how far down the road, but a further future thought would be to not just go to see him, but then load him up into my new Jeep. Thank you, Danny. And go out to Arizona or New Mexico, or go up north and see Robert V. You know, go knock on his door one morning and wake him up and go, "Hey, we're here," and see what he has to do, right? So, or he'd probably crap a brick, but maybe not. But the idea though, so you know, the thought is first off, if I'm doing this, I have to first think to get to Missouri, and I have to arrange. I'm going to have eye operations. I got to have some other stuff done, and I got to have $1,000 for insurance by August. Um, you know, so I got to get things together in order to make it happen, right? So that's my future thinking, right? Plans of what I'd like to do. Nothing wrong with the plan, The Jeep is in really good condition. I drive safely. I've not had an accident in like 40 years except hitting a deer. Damn it. So, and I try my best to avoid them. I need to get them whistlers. They're these little plastic things you put on the front of your vehicle and it makes a whistling noise. And the deer they'll stop. So so my future thinking is forward thinking. So I'm putting these thoughts out there into the universe. My thoughts are, you know, September. My birthday's in September. But I might not be able to have enough money to pull it off. Well, there is October, you know, which is just after my birthday, on the 24th. So, 2 weeks and then, okay. So it could still sort of be like a birthday present, to take the trip and have everything. I don't require much. So, and that would be fun. And it's going to be cooler, Shoot, in October, might even see some snowfall. But last year, I had 6 inches in the yard for 3 days. So I've seen some snow recently, as this year. That's weird, to think I walk outside and there's all this snow everywhere. But so in the forward thinking, putting my thoughts out there, this is, the route I'm going to take. These are the things I want to take with me. Of course, I want to take a fishing pole, maybe with a little luck, I can take at least one kayak and probably two. Get them on top of the Jeep. And then there's, so there are these things that to prepare myself and the vehicle and everything. Um, that's all forward thinking. But the forward thinking means that you got to build that thought with little baby steps. I got to go outside and go to the shed and get something to do the thing on the rack, right? Okay. And then I got to do this and I got to, start lifting weights so I can get the damn kayak up there again. Okay. So there are baby steps in order to do the forward thinking. So there is action reaction in the universe from the thoughts that I have about what I want to take on the journey to go see Barry, right? So, okay, don't need much, no, but I want to take my fishing gear and I do want to take some of my camping gear and I do want to take, because I'm going to be camping along the way. over there and back, and we're going to be, and so, all right, that's cool. But with all of those steps, that's forward thinking. That forward thinking involves all these little baby steps of importance. I don't have to take the kayak. I could just fish from the bank, you know. So is the kayak essential? No, but I would really like to do it because I've been out to Arkansas and out there, several times, and I have never had a boat of my own to be able to go paddle. And as much as I love paddling, as much as there's water and stuff out there, if I go out there one more time and I don't have a boat, it's going to be like sinful. So, but anyway, so there are certain things that is like, well, do you have to have the kayak? Yes. I could maybe drag it behind the Jeep. But to the point though, so we establish what we need for our forward thinking. Well, I would like to take that kayak and that one. Okay. We got all the gear for it, but can you lift it? I don't know. Well, if I got 2 or 3 months before I leave, then I can go out there once a day and lift that damn kayak up and down because it's about 75 pounds. So I can take that thing and lift it up, a couple of times a day and get used to lifting it up and build up my muscles. And then I will be able to put it on top of the Jeep. And then it won't be an issue to take when Duggar and I go out, right? So things to build as you go for the forward thinking. So the forward thinking, is it messing up our future? Is it messing up my future because I'm thinking on this? And this is the steps that I'm going to go through. These are the steps that I have to go through, right? I got to forward think and go, well, I've got to make sure I got enough medicine. Got to make sure that, I got any arrangements and tell my pharmacist that I'm going for 2 or 3 weeks. And, if we get a call from Missouri or something that, it's me, I'm going on vacation. Then I tell my doctors and say, I'm headed out west. And, with blood tests and everything I've had, I should be good to go, so everything's groovy in that respect, right? So, but I got to let everybody know. So that's forward thinking. And that's just because of my heart condition and everything. Overthinking the future is not promised to anyone. That's right. So there are plans to be made. And then and I was getting to that, Scotty. Thank you. There are plans to be made of steps. Yeah, want to take kayak, and yeah, that's like a given, right? I ran out of my pills. Screw it, I'm still alive. Yeah, see, I ran out of mine for a month, and I'm still alive. And I talked to my cardio RN about it, and she said, quit taking that med if you want, since you didn't take it for a month and you seem to be okay. And so I'm on half pills now just to wean off of the medicine because I did start back. But anyway, but there is the overthinking. And so for me right now, you might say, well, Dave, Hawkeye, aren't you overthinking this right now? Probably a little bit, right? But for me, because I've planned trips and done these things, I, used to go do puppet shows and I had to get stories together. I had to get the puppets together. I had to get all my gear together. I had to, have a bunch of stuff to take to go off somewhere and go do puppets, right? Haven't done that in a long time. So for me, I've sort of lost that skill. And I was talking to Rob the other day and I said, I just a growler. Um, I just have lost the skill where I used to go, I need that, and that, and let's bring this too. And and now I go, what do I bring? So I got to get back into I got to get my brain back into that sort of gear. And I'm learning, man. Of course, we've talked about this before, but if you don't use it, you lose it. And good God Almighty, the stuff that I have lost, forgotten, like, shouldn't I? I know this is stupid. It's a bad analogy. Here's a tire pump, right? I know that one end screws onto something. Don't it go onto the tire? Yeah. And what's this handle thing? I don't know. Well, let me pull it up. Wonder what that does. And then you go, huh. And then you push it down and you hear the air go through and you go, oh, yeah, it's a pump. And you go, oh. So, there's that. You should have known how to do it. It's a simple machine. But then it takes some weird thing that clicks in your head to go, you've already known how to do this. You just forgot. Oh, wow. And it's the truth. So there's too many times here in these last 5 years that it's been, say what? Say what? But, um, activity and doing little mind puzzles and things and stuff, and going back in and like, okay, now I'm I'm planning on a trip in a couple of months. There are some things that do need attention now without being overly, and there are some things that I can just, why are you even bothering to think about that? And, it's too forward of thinking, right? So there's some things I already know which way I'm going because I've been out there before. So I don't have to like plan a road trip thingy. They don't, I've got all this equipment that I can take, and it's not going to cost me anything to go camping, or not much. And me and Duggar can go, and it'll be in the fall of the year. That's great. We'll be able to see the leaves and everything, and it shouldn't be too cold. We've been outside before when it's cold, so we're not afraid of that. Um, but is my thinking about doing this interfering with energies on the energy to go up to Interstate 20 and hang a left? The amount of energy that is used to push through the air and push the energy, just driving the Jeep, the molecules and stuff that it's going to entangle with as I go. We're going to be breathing air from a different part of the country. We're going to be, seeing from different parts of the country, and I'll have two new eyeballs to see with, hopefully. Um, and even though I'm just going to drive through the space, I'm still driven through the space. I bumped into all those molecules and everything along the way. And along the way, I've had thoughts, you know. One of the things is like, they say follow your gut instinct. What if you're Jeffrey Dahmer, right? He followed his gut literally, right? Not to make a joke, but literally. So there are folks out there who they're they think what they do is normal. They found another somebody that had bodies like stacked up, like what? So, oh, there's Jane Doe. There's another Jane Doe. Some bitch. There's 20 Jane Does in here. And that's sad. But so the energy that we pursue. So I'm pursuing my trip. This is all connected. Trust me. I'm pursuing the trip. I'm going to go through Alabama. I'm going to drive through the top of Mississippi. I'm going to cross over at Memphis in Tennessee and cross over the bridge into Arkansas. And then I'm going to be almost there, you know. So I'm going to be passing through all this space. Parts of where I'm going to pass through, there was a civil war 160 some odd years ago, right? Or you understand? So Civil War, I'm going to be driving through Civil War country, you know. I mean, serious Civil War country, you know. Birmingham, Alabama, you know, the iron capital, you know. They smelt iron and do that thing. Hey, Steve. Um, so, but to the point. So, anybody I meet along the way, which I'm going to wave and say hi to, and have some kind of conversation, it will happen. And Duggar's going to go with me, so there are going to be people that are going to talk about the dog and oh, what a nice dog, because they always seem to do that with him. And so you know, conversation piece with Duggar, and he rarely barks or anything, so you know, you don't even know he's there. And with the Jeep now, he's got plenty of room to front seat, back seat thing. So um, the trip's going to be nice for him. Me, I'm still going to be sitting in a seat, um, but then I get out there to see Barry. He can still get in the back and still be with us, and still be able to travel, and still be an asset to the journey, right? So, but in doing so, all these tiny little plans along the way, all of the, you know, going through the air and, you know, bumping into, you know, cosmic ions and things. But I'm going to pick them up. I'm going to disrupt things on the cosmic level through the, you know, going through the air, the atmosphere. So my future thinking never included something like that, especially on a level that I just described, right? Because who thinks, oh my God, I'm going to drive my vehicle and I'm going to push air aside? What? Yeah, all that air my vehicle's going to push aside. I'm gonna wreck it. I'm gonna literally drive through the air on, you know, on the road through the air, um, and obliterate all these oxygen molecules and atoms and stuff. And I'm gonna be like a hadron collider, you know, and bam, boom, boom, boom. Oh no, there's a bug. You know, took him out. Oh no, isn't that affecting the world and stuff around us? It is. You know, my windshield's covered with dead bugs. I obviously made an impact. But at the same time, you know, those insects were breathing, living beings till they ran into my car or truck. And so now I'm a murderer. I have all these dead critters on my windshield, which, if you're getting really weird about it and too serious, right? But all of those bugs have energies. Dragonflies, you know, oh, don't kill the dragonflies. Well, yeah, don't kill them. But then one runs into your windshield, you know, and you go, well, I didn't mean to. I know. But you killed it nonetheless, right? You killed one of God's creatures. You mutilated it and it's stuck to the windshield. Now what? Did you affect anything on your 1,000-mile drive? Oh, no, it was fine. Me and Duggar drove right through. Nothing happened. No, 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 no. Just about, you know, 1,000 bugs on the windshields all. What? Now, to, I don't know, maybe a Buddhist or somebody, they'd go, you know, a monk would go, oh, let's go pray for the bugs. And but in a way to be humble, honestly, because you did kill critters that have their own special energy. That is the truth. We have energy. They had energy. You kind of ruined it. But now you say, well, a bat could have eaten it just a few minutes later, or another truck could have come by and they would have got smashed anyway. And there's all these other kind of things. But the bottom line, the truth, and these are the what happened. You were driving down the road. You were going fast enough to where they were smashing into your windshield. That's the truth. Yeah, but I didn't intend it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what your intention was. What matters is that you drove down the highway. But I drove the speed limit. I know. You were driving 55, no problem. And it was a lot of bugs in it. I know. But who killed Cock Robin? What? But so on the quantum level, the goo that surrounds us in the universe, the cosmic goo, it's all around us. In this cosmic goo all around us contains knowledge, contains wisdom, it contains our souls, our energies and things, and a bunch of other stuff. A lot of people will not be able to, a lot of people will not understand about the quantum field where, all of these things reside. They're going to have an awakening in order for it to jog in their brain and they go, oh, now I get it. We're all connected. Ta-da, So, but there are people who just don't care about it, but we're all connected. So? No, but we're all connected. No, I haven't taken my evening meds yet. Thank you. It's sitting right over there. I will. I'm not really late, actually. So, because it was like 1:30 or 2, and it's 12:30 on my clock. So, I'm cool. But thank you nonetheless. And I've had some of my meds changed. We backed off on some stuff. So, and I have lost 14 pounds. Ooh. I thought I was joking around, and then when I went to the doctor the other day, I said, "You got to reweigh me." Well, why? And I said, "I can't believe that I lost that much weight." Ta-da! 184 pounds, right on the nose. Whew, happy about that. Okay, I still have a chance. It'll make it a couple more years. Yay! You can do it too. That's the thing. You can do it too. Yeah, we don't need an excuse, do we? We don't need no stinking excuse. So, this idea of the forward thinking is going to ruin future stuff, right? And you say, well, I know if I drive out there, I'm going to kill some bugs. I know it. Is there anything? If I'm that, don't want to kill something kind of person, I'm going to have to figure out a time of day or something or whatever. I'm going to have to drive slower, where some bugs will, ricochet off the windshield. I might look for some other kind of diversional thing or something, but anyway, if you're that, I don't want to say weird, but that's really overthinking it, that I'm going to kill bugs on the way to Arkansas, to Missouri, but also at the same time, we should applaud someone who thinks about all of the layers of beings on this planet, including the bugs that get squashed on your windshield. He's a little crazy. Yeah, but you know what? He's right. What? He's right. Because every living thing um, is equal to each other in the eyes of the Creator. So those 1,000 bugs you killed were technically 10,000, 1,000 horses, 1,000 rabbits. The energy, the beings of those insects, right? So, but each one has the equal value in the eyes of the Creator. So, does that mean my value is much like a bug squashed on a windshield? In the eyes of the Creator. Think about that. So, but not that but the thing is that it's not for the destruction. It's that each of us are equal in our value to the Creator. A dragonfly has as much value because it's a dragonfly. And dragonflies are special in their own way. And they're special to the Creator. And who the hell am I? I'm just another human being. Screw it. Save the dragonfly. The old hippie. You know. Hey, it's all right, man. We got to save that dragonfly. He's got special colors. But what about me? Well, if you hold your breath, you'll turn blue, and that'll be a special color. What? So here we go with that. But I'm turning blue, Margaret. Blue on blue, heartaches of heartache, blue on blue. Never mind. Now that we are through. Bobby Vinton, I think. Anyway, digging down into the old ditty box. But so forward thinking though. So if you were interested in something like that, so the forward thinking would allow you to plan where you're going to go, how you're going to go, whatever, if you're going to save as many insects as possible. You might, go so slow and put out a net and collect the dang things. Who knows? So, you say, well, that person's crazy. Well, but they saved them. They collected them. They did something other than smashing them on the windshield. So, was there actually, out of this craziness, hey, we should take a sample of insects across the South. Now, northern Alabama and Mississippi is not, for as much as they want to call it, it's not the deep South. Nuh-uh, you got to live down here to live in the deep South. You got to live down here, you know. So what? So what does this mean? Our future thoughts. Does it ruin our future? Does it ruin what we're going to do? And if you think about it, overthink it to the point where, oh, we can't kill the bugs, then you have overthought it. You have gone beyond where this was supposed to go. You know, you're going to put some special stuff on the windshield so the bugs don't stick. Uh, you're going to play some really good music and hope that they don't fly near the vehicle. Whatever. I'm going to use a strobe light at night and maybe they'll go away. At 65 going down the interstate? Well, maybe not. So, I need another 20. That ran out. So, but anyway, the forward thinking. So I have projected my thoughts down the road where I'm going to go because I've been down those roads before. And so it'll be interesting. I was talking to Barry the other day and picturing the drive. I'm like, oh, I'm going to go up here again. Wow, when's the last time you was up there? So, being bored with nothing else to do, you think about stuff, right? But not overly. I was just, I wonder what 27 looks like. I wonder what, this road's doing. I wonder what, Birmingham looks like this time of year. I wonder what, haven't been that way in a while. So it's going to be interesting to take the trip, right? And in doing so, I'll be thinking of these places as I go by. So my thoughts are going to be, as I drive, my thoughts are going to be spread through West Georgia, across the state of Alabama through Birmingham. My thoughts are going to be projected and tossed like little tiny seeds into the quantum. Get to Mississippi, and drive across the top of it. I'll be throwing, thoughts out because when I get to Mississippi, I'll know that I'm over halfway, and I'll be in Arkansas soon, and off to berries, and so I'll be but I'll be tossing out these thoughts, and they'll be happy thoughts. Woo, I get to go see Barry. Woo, I get to go do this. Woo, I get to throw him in the lake. Woo, boy, that's going to be. Oh, wait, did I say that out loud? So we get to go fishing. I can fish him out of the lake. How about that? It's still a guest. You can kind of remote view ahead. Yes. And I have kind of sort of done that as I'm discussing. I've been up these roads before. I've been up 27. I've been across 20. I've been across Mississippi. I've been across the bridge. I've been across down. Now I have not been down the new interstate that they've opened up in Arkansas, but I've driven all over the state of Arkansas. So once I get across the Mississippi, it's going to be, ooh, So, but I've got it locked out, planned out. There are pieces of the road I still have pictures in my mind, and wondering what's it going to look like, all these years later. It's been at least 20 years. It's been at least 20 years. So it's like, wow, man, And the last time I went with my son. So, and then when we got back, he had a son. So that's interesting. But anyway, so um 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 yeah, places that I camped in Arkansas. And I'm like, I still know where these places are. It's not like I forgot. I have to look on the map and go, yeah, that's where it is. You go down this road. So, but I can see it all. You're absolutely right about that. And so, I'm not thinking about it every single day in detail. I think of it in hypothetical terms, like today. Yesterday, I found out what my schedule is going to be for having my eye surgery and what's going to be there, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So now that I got that set and how much it's going to cost me and that, now that was part of the plan. You see, I had to find out where my eye surgeries were going to be before I could drive to Arkansas and Missouri. But now I got that settled. So by the 19th of June, they're going to operate on the left eye on the 18th. And The 19th is follow up. They check it out. Then you go back in. And if you're good, then you're good. If not, then they might do an adjustment the next day, kind of thing. So, but anyway, so by June 20th, I'll be free of the doctors and tests and all that kind of stuff. Which then leads me to my next forward thought. Because right now, my forward thinking is only to get the operations done, to be safe, and yeah, June 18th. June 19th, my son's birthday. And June 20th, or 20 something is first day of summer. So it's the summer equinox. It's autumnal is what? Vernal? Oh well. Anyway, it's summer equinox. Um, that's the wrong time of year, in my humble opinion, to go traveling. So I'm going to stay close to home, save up my money after the operations. Everything's going to go well. That's a forward thought. Anybody out yonder, when they do my eye surgery, it's going to go fine. But in stirring up the cosmos with my thought process, with what I actually have to do, got to drive down there. My friend Rhonda's got to come pick me up, take me for the operations. Got to have this, got to have that, okie doke. So all of these little pieces have to come together in order to get the forward thought done. So it's sort of like, why is this important? Hang on. So it's sort of like I worked in a plant, all right? And they'd say, okay, we've got an order coming in. We need 25 of these, we need 30 of these, and 150 of these. So we only got 20 of these on the shelf. So you're going to have to make at least 150 to put more back on the shelf and be able to sell them. Okay, and you need, and but you need to double check these and recount those, make sure we got enough. If not, we should go ahead and duplicate the back. Okay, so everybody knows what's going on. You go, yeah, and that's your department. You take care of that one. This is your department. You take care of that one. So you got a solution, right? You come in, you got a little something, but then you come up with you figure it out, right? So figuring out what's going to go next. Well, we need so many parts, right? So what's going to go next? This guy knows how to make those parts. So he's going to go over and get the material for it. He's going to get the machine ready, and then he's going to start building them. Nobody has to tell him how to do it. That's his job. So this guy over here, he's doing packaging and things, and he's going to make sure they got the packaging correct, ready for these guys when they finish. So everybody's working towards the end, right? But they're each working in their own space. Everybody is wiggling the molecules of the universe in their own departments. So we as human beings walking around in the air and the sky and everything, waving our arms around. I'm sorry to the atoms I just bumped, but that's silly, but it ain't. In that's why we affect everything, because you push air across the room. And I've done little experiments, especially with like smoking a cigarette, and take some cigarette smoke and blow it and see how far the cigarette smoke will go before it dissipates. It's amazing, so, but it's not that the cigarette smoke only goes like this far from me. No, it travels all the way across to the kitchen, So why is that important? It's because we have more effect on things than we realize. If a puff of cigarette smoke goes all the way across the room, those vibrations, the energy waves associated with it, can go across the room too. So it's an experiment. Well, it's cigarette smoke, yeah, but other things act the same way. And many of those things we can't see. So it's like, yeah, we're getting bombarded by all these different ways of energy, like cigarette smoke. Somebody sitting on the end of the couch down there, and I go, and a minute later he's going like this, shooing away the cigarette smoke. Well, I'm over here and he's down there, but because of the fan and because I have done this experiment before, I can get cigarette smoke over there to him, so where he'll bat it away. Okay, what does that mean in the universe? It means that we affect all kinds of stuff. We don't even know it. We're so unawares. It's to the point of the dead bugs on the windshield. But that's absurd, Hawkeye. Not really. You killed a bunch of, God's critters. Would a bird have eaten them? Maybe. But that would have been food for the bird. Uh, I just had to spray wash them off my windshield. I don't think anything ate them. I think they just crumbled. Well, they did become part of the earth again. Oh, okay. We recycle. Okay. But energetically, did we leave it out? Did we leave the bugs out of the equation? I can sit here and go, to all the bugs, to all the bugs I've known before, who've traveled in and out my door. I'm glad they came along. I dedicate this song to all the dead bugs I've killed before. God, buddy. The winds of change are often blowing, and bugs smash into my shield, windshield. Okay, never mind. That's enough of that. But it was funny while it lasted. So understanding the particles, understanding the energies that flow and transition and trade and move around. A lot of stuff we can't see, right? Especially now we're still in the third dimension. But as we get into the fourth dimension, we're going to be able to see some of this stuff. And it's going to freak a bunch of people out because they're going to go, what? What do I need to see that shit for? Kind of thing. But so we will be able to see more clearly when we reach the fourth. Why? Because we will literally be able to see the connection between things. We'll be able to see magnetic lines. What's that? Magnetic line? What the hell is a magnetic line? That right there. And there's some of them that are blue, some of them are green, some of them are translucent purple or something. Okay. So these things exist now, but folks can't see them. But they still, radio waves exist. You can't see them. But I got a radio down here, turned it on, and you go through the channels. Can pick up, shortwave with it. So, okay, I can't see the radio waves. My television's got a picture on it right now. Antenna outside. I can't see those television. I don't see the TV waves. I don't perceive them in any way. I don't when I'm outside, I don't feel radio waves or TV waves, or I can hold on to the antenna, and which I have, and looked up and thought about it, not felt anything, like any kind of energy or anything. No, I have not done it in a lightning storm. But so but the idea though that we have the ability to change things. And talking with a friend of mine today, it was like, listen, they have put it into all kinds of things, and it's called the observer effect. And I can't remember, it was something recently within the last few days that I read and heard that this one particular experiment, they had to double down on why the readings were wacky. And the readings were wackier than they thought because the experiment excited and surprised and shocked the observers of the experiment, that it made the experiment, the observer effect, make it even go wonkier. you know, so, no, go away, don't watch it. We'll give you the results. We'll show you the videotape, but get the hell out of my, laboratory. Because you watching the experiment with anticipation, is it going to work? I don't know. They said it was a piece of crap. Well, I want it to work, don't you? Well, yeah, I guess so. Well, it might blow up 1 billion people. Do you want it to work or not? Well, I guess it should work. So different people have different opinions, and different people want it, whatever it is, to be safe and go on. And other people are like, well, maybe we should just turn it loose on the world, and. So there is all kinds of weird wisdom. So the wisdom of the person is like, well, we just hang on there, Froggy. What did you say? Well, maybe what I meant to say. Oh, so you change your story a little bit. Okie doke. Found this on the floor. I don't want to get any closer. I had brought in some stuff on my shoes, on my sandal-y type things. What the hell was that? And then I thought, it's cat turds. Oh no. No. At least it's a hard cat turd, No. But anyway, so with the forward thinking, so if we think about stuff too far in advance, will we ruin the setup? Is where I'm trying to go with this. We know that, I'm going to drive, I'm going to go to here, I'm going to go to there, and I got these, not necessarily planned out. I just know which way to go. If I need to pull over and stop or get a drink, I'll just pick one as I go. I'm not going to say I'm going to drive for 2 hours and pull over at this gas station. Nah, ain't doing that, right? But there are people who do. I'm just going to drive and go, oh, look, Duggar, that looks like a cool place, and we're going to pull over. So, that's random versus over planning, I know where I'm going. That's all I need to know. I'll find out what the speed limit is along the way. So as we go through life, as we go through different challenges in our life, we see that we've got a goal down yonder, but there are steps to get there. Some of them are just stupid, like getting up in the morning and eating breakfast and going to work. But, well, it's repetitious. You got to do it every day for a week or more. And then but I'm also going to be working on this project too. And this project we're going to work on in the evenings for an hour or so. And this project we can do at our leisure. And this project we can, so you have this opportunity to do more than just go to work, because that's what we all did back in the day. Now, I understand, I have heard some reports, and this new generation needs to get off their butt. I heard this new generation talking about we don't need no stinking manufacturing jobs here in America. Oh yes, we stinking do. And you all need to learn how to make these stupid things. You all need to learn how to work on the machines that make the stupid things. Oh, it's just going to be robots. You need to learn how to work on the robots, dumbass. So, but anyway, so these folks have not a clue because they were born out of the USA. Anyway, um, to where 20 years ago in late 99s, I was getting a job and making $17 an hour and thinking that was sweet because I finally got an engineering position and working for a major company and, tier one company straight to Ford and Chrysler and everybody, and some bitch, you know, NAFTA, NAFTA is after, you know, um, eh, it's a 20. The heck with it, right? Where's my lighter? I done lost my lighter. There's one. They're both black, and everything around here is black. The table's black. The that's dark brown. The computer's black. Lay the lighter down and like it disappears. So, but anyway, the future thought of stuff. So, if you sent so much energy out for a thing to happen, I'm just going to make up a person, but the story's true. So there was an event coming up, right? In 3 weeks' time, there's going to be an event. We're going to have a group come down into our building, and we're going to have tables set out, and we're going to have some finger foods and different things, and then we're going to have a meeting about this project, and so this person's like, okay, fine. Well, now we've done this thing before. You can go down to the deli and order a platter. Then there's cheese and stuff and everything. So you get one of them, right? So this person decides that she's going to make the platter and save us money. Okay, if you got the time. So as she's making this platter, oh, look at the work I'm putting into this platter, and no one else is helping. We said go buy one at the deli, She chose to make a platter herself. Oh, woe is me. Oh, I have sweated and toiled to get all of these vegetables and all of these things. And you could have went to Publix, you know. Oh, woe is me. Okay. So this person projected herself so far into the future on this as to who's going to serve the food, and what if somebody spills food. And she was just to the point where she was so nervous when it came time to do the food service for these folks that people were stumbling on each other, and I took them aside and I said, chill. And I told this person to get the fudge out of the dining room and to go sit down. That she had planned it, and we were here to take over and do the serving. Because I saw it was fixing to crash, and it was. I mean, you got what was it, like 300 people at a dinner, and some of them were important people, with the city and the county and stuff, and even from the state. But anyway, so she went nuts. She went too far. Her energy went so far forward that it almost ruined the event. to the point where when it came time for the event and we, the people, showed up, did we intervene what looked like a really bad situation? You know what I mean? So life's got all these things. Well, I plan to go to do something on Friday, and you're really excited, and you get there on Friday, and it turns to shit, right? And or one of my favorites, and this one particular vacation, and Bessie and us and Arno, he's doing the driving. He's a good man. Us, our kids in the back arguing and getting their heads smacked by Bessie, That. So we go on vacation, and she has planned this vacation before the internet now. Called people, written letters, got stuff in the mail, that came back, and she had all this stuff planned. Oh, so when we get to some of these places, oh, the mosquitoes, oh, they're tearing us up. I can't believe we should go to another place. And there were a bunch of other campers there. Hard Labor Creek State Park. Oh, her vacation was ruined because of the mosquitoes. And it's like, put some off on, we build a fire and put a little smoke in the air, and we go inside the tent and, spray in there, and we play cards, nothing's ruined. We just shift, oh, it's ruined. So the next day she got up and she was a little better, and broke the camp down and went on, drove on, got up to this place up around Chimney, the Chimney Rock around up there in Tennessee that got hit by the flood bed. So anyway, we're up there, and this is back in the 60s, right? And they have not built the new road, the Appalachian Highway up there. It was the old narrow one, and it was hot. It was, one car, and you get a bunch of traffic on that old highway. It was rough to work. So, but anyway, so ooh, everything's great, everything's fine. We're on vacation, happy, happy, joy, joy. Oh, look at the traffic. Oh, the traffic just ruined my vacation. And look at all this, and you can't pass, and we're just going to have to go 20 miles an hour. And it was like, for me, it was shut the fudge up. And later on, it's like, well, why are you like that? And it's like, hang on a second, why are you like that? Why are you projecting this bad energy? Roll down the window. We're on the Appalachian Highway, the it's got another name, but the highway on top of the mountains that goes through the Appalachian, right? In the 60s, right? Little narrow things. And back in the day, that was cool. They got, old stone bridges that were newer. So, and the fact that we could look out the window, roll it down, and literally walk beside the car, that's how slow we were going. But for me, I was like, shut up. We're in the mountains. We're in the Smoky Mountains, for crying out loud. We are in the Smoky Mountains. And I'm a young Boy Scout, and I'm excited. We're in the Smoky Mountains. We're in the Smoky Mountains. Oh, my vacation is ruined. I wanted to slap her, Little kids aren't supposed to do that to their parents. Well, she really wasn't my parent, but that's another story. But anyway, so finally it gets a little better. We get to where we're going, right? And it's a nice little campsite up across into North Carolina. And because I remember, took a picture. It was interesting. I was like, I'm in South Carolina. No, I'm in North Carolina. No, I'm in South Carolina. For a 10-year-old kid, that was a big deal. So, and I had pictures, of the signs on both sides. And I'm like, see, I'm splitting. Anyway, so I'm sure there are still kids that do something like that now. because of the wow. How can you be in? How is this aligned to anyway? So you have to think about it, right? So we get to the campsite, put up our tents and everything, and it's about dusk by this time. All right, and had a little bit of supper. Wasn't much, because it was like we'll get up tomorrow and have big breakfast and everything will be cool. So 10 years old, my sister's like 7 maybe, and Mom, we're going to take this um, forest trail down here at the bottom of the hill. Okay, y'all be careful. So scootily doo, down we go. Me and Lynn were talking, and look at the mountains and everything. So excited, and hear this. What the fudge is that? I looked ahead of us, and it was a forest road. And like so, the tent is up here. The campsite's up here, and we're a good 25 feet down from there, right? I mean, literally right below it on the forest road, which goes around like uh, uh, um, it follows the terrain, right? And so, but it goes around, so it goes around the mountain, and I can't see around the curve. And then it comes around the curve. It was a bear. And in 1963 or 4, that was like a big deal. So Lynn, run. you know, Back then it seemed like we was running from some kind of critter. There was the alligator incident, and now here's the bear incident up in the mountains. And so I turn and leave her in the dust. I ain't even thinking of my little sister. I am 10 years old. There is a friggin' bear it was a big bear. I ain't talking about, some little old stuffed animal. I'm talking about a big black bear. And there's my sister. And now Bessie up on the hill, like she's going to do something. David, go back and get your sister. And so I stopped dead, right? And I turn around and I look back at my sister, Lynn. And I say, run, Lynn, run. You want me to go back and get her and do what? Run, Lynn, run. Thank God the bear was not really interested in like chasing little kids down. And, I went back to her a little bit, but like, what the hell was I going to do? This bear is huge. Like about 6 of me to the bear, right? Or more, the bear was huge. Um, but anyway, so Lynn and I escaped the bear incident. So now her vacation's ruined even more because now, because of me, Lynn almost got eaten by a bear. This woman was nuts. She blamed the bear incident on me. Like I went out and enticed the bear that I didn't know was there. They're like, come on in, bear, here, come chase my sister, you know. So my adopted mother can, pin some crazy shit on me again. Come on, Mr. Bear, I got some peanut butter right here. So, but anyway, thank goodness. But so the next morning, she's like on bear shit, right? Like she woke up mad about the bear. I almost wonder if she wasn't mad that Lynn didn't get eaten by the bear because she hated my sister. So it's like, you should have left her. You should have left her. Well, shut up. I did leave her. I was 20 yards ahead of her. That bear was going to get her first. There was no doubt about it. And so, I feel bad about it now, but, back then I'm 10 years old running from a bear. What do? You run from the bear, you know. So, but anyway, um, thinking back on it, it was like, holy crap. So, but anyway, so the next morning, um, we clean a few things up and we left the camp there. We went off somewhere in the car and then came back. Well, when we came back into the campground, there were bears everywhere. I ain't lying. There must have been at least 8 bears. And there was some down the hill, you know. And they have gone into this one guy's tent. They put all their food in the tent, thinking that the tent was going to save their food from the bears. Well, back then we did have canvas tents, and they were heavy duty. But one swipe from a bear claw just ripped that thing to shreds, right? So we pull into the campsite, and our camp was on. I remember our camp was on the left hand side, and so there was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 other picnic tables and campsites, and they all had somebody in them, you know. So, and the bears were just having a field day. So now there's a bear on our table. She's hungry. She wants to make supper. And there's a bear on our table. Now, the day before, me and Lynn almost got mauled by a bear, so to speak. Lynn could have got eaten easily. She was a frail little thing. And now her suggestion is we should get out of the car and chase this bear off our table. You're nuts. There's not just that bear. There's 8 very large bears in this campground now. Now, I have been camping up there since the 60s, have never seen a population of bear like we had back then in the 60s. It was amazing. There were so many bear up in the Smoky Mountains. It was like what you would expect to see out west in, the big park. My old timers is kicking in. I can't remember the Yellowstone. So now she's mad about that because now that bear has ruined our vacation. I'm going, son of a bitch. There's a bear on our table, man. Can you see that son of a man? I live in Florida. We don't have bears. Well, they do down in the swamps. But I mean, I live in Tampa. There aren't any bears there. I'm in the mountains, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 8 of them suckers. I am so tickled. They're bears. These bears have ruined my vacation. I poked my sister. We should feed her to the bears. Open the door and shove her out. What? Nothing, So, but she wants to devise a plan to for us to go up there and rescue our table. Now, there's nothing really on the table, There's a couple of, like a plate or something, and maybe an ashtray because they smoked back then, and but not much, right? There was the tablecloth and a couple of things to hold it onto the table. So nothing to eat because we knew better. So, but anyway, she's a bitten and a bitten. And we're like, holy crap, we got to listen to this stuff. And all of a sudden, boom, boom. And them bears looked up and they started to scatter. And a ranger had pulled in behind us. Well, from, and that we didn't see because the motor was running and she's screaming, my vacation is ruined. And um, so the boom boom was the ranger with the double barrel 12 gauge, just shooting up into the air. He goes, yeah, we've been having trouble. They've been coming up here into the campground, and I have to come by every night and chase them out. Um, and so he loaded two more shells in and waited about a minute, and for the bears to like get away a little bit and turn around and look, and he shot another two, and you could see the bears that had ran off but stopped turned and ran off some more. So, but anyway, he goes, well, y'all have a good night, see you later. Thank you, officer. So now we have the table back. Now we have our vacation back. Do you think that TCH is happy? No. We usually eat at 6 o'clock promptly. It's 6:45 and getting dark, and it's summertime in the Appalachian Mountains. you know, we just had a whole troop of bear in here. This was so cool. Our vacation was ruined. I'll make some supper now. And she, you know, did around, I don't know what it was, but it was like, but that night after the bears chased away was beautiful. No, because back then there were no traffic lights or anything anywhere, especially up there in the Appalachian Mountains. And so when the lights went down and the lights went off, those stars busted out. And I hadn't seen anything like that before, you know. Um, and so it was a really great experience. And all because of the bears. But that crazy woman was convinced that, oh, Richard's in the house. Hey, bud. Um, that we were going to, somehow, David, because I'm a Boy Scout. Actually, I was still a Cub Scout. Um, is we below lion and bear, or bear and lion? Anyway, I had just gotten all three patches. So, but I'm the one that has been on a couple of camping trips with the scout troop, and you want me to save my sister first, and then you want me to go over there and chase that bear away. Me is saying as a 10-year-old, go to hell, ma. you know. So, but anyway, forward thinking. But to my point though, Bessie had thought about this vacation so hard, planned it out. We're going to be here. It'll take this long to get there, and blah, blah, blah. It was insane, right? So it's like, just be happy that we're here. Just be happy we got a campsite. Be happy that the bear didn't eat my sister. Eh. No, I'm kidding. We should have thrown Bessie down the hill. Nah, she's too tough and stringy, even back then. But so it was like, all right, she put so much effort into the forward thinking that when she actually got to the real timeline, We are in Georgia at the Hard Labor Creek State Park. Boom, first place to get. We're there. Mosquitoes, bugs, oh, I can't stand. Oh, shut up. They were bad, but So she couldn't like it at all. She had planned a day and a half there, 2 days. Well, we got there on a half a day and set up camp and then stayed all day the next day and left. Okay. So I thought we had fun, you know. Then we're head north and we get up in, North Georgia and, it happens again. Oh my God, what are we going to do? So all the way to Ohio, it was ruined. And she kept ruining it. Oh, look how far we've come, and we've had all these problems. And then, well, wait till we get on the mountain there near that dam in Tennessee, where we in the trailer spun around 1.5 times on this narrow mountain road in pouring rain. And we came to rest, and I was looking out the window, and it was straight down. I'm trying to remember the name. Um, it's a big dam in Tennessee. Morris, Morris. Anyway, but we all almost died that day, and of course that really ruined her vacation. And I'm sitting in the back seat, having looked down the mountain, and I mean, the if I'd have opened the door, there was no place to stand. I would have went straight down. That's how close we were. It did not hit the guardrail, but because whatever the road was back then in the '60s. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm doing the sign of the cross, I'm doing the rosary. Please, Jesus, thank you for not letting us go over the side. Lord have mercy. I'll go to mass every day for the next 10 weeks. So thank you. That's me. I'm like, holy crap. So, but of course, that ruined her vacation. It was pretty hairy, I gotta say. You know, and by the time we got to Ohio, it had done something to the rear end because it had shifted out. Anyway, we had to stay uh, and give our car to somebody and have them work on it while we were. There was, long distance repair and holy mackerel. Back then, it was a big deal. But anyway, so the vacation is ruined. Everything has been ruined. And I was like, but it's been a hell of an adventure. Can't you see it for what it is? No, because she had used her forward projection of the Hard Labor Creek State Park was going to look like this. And it did, sort of, but skaters and bugs and other things. They had part of the camp, they were still under construction. It was sort of a brand new um, state park back in those days. So, oh, I didn't know it was under construction. Blah, blah, blah. What difference does it matter? The construction is way over there, and we're camped down over here. Who cares, right? The bathroom works, and we got showers, and we got what the hell? So, but everything's ruined. So there are people, and I am not over exaggerating. There are more things stuck in between in this vacation of deplorable vacation. But at the end, she was like, "Oh, that was pretty riding along there, and blah blah blah." And that sure was good. We took some good pictures when we were in North Carolina, and then so she was retelling the story to one of her friends that had come over and sitting on the couch, kind of thing, you know, tea or whatever. Um, she actually had fun, but she didn't have fun till she got home and could think about it. So she overthought it. And even back then, as a 10-year-old, I realized that idea of thinking that far in advance and then getting to where you think everything's going to be cool and it ain't. And there have been a couple of times where I have over projected myself. I'd read the brochures, I had seen a little mini series, and I'm going to go to this place right here. And you get there and it's a freaking dump. You know, it's like, what is this? You know, what's all the hoopla about? There's this church in Arkansas, for example, and the guy built it, and it was like there was a bunch of stuff going on and religious this and that. And so he got this wood together and he said the creator and Jesus, God was directing him to build this church a certain way and everything on this hillside over here on some property. I think he owned the property or he bought it anyway. So back then it was like really famous, and because he had stood up to somebody and had built this church by himself, you know, and that how special this church was, and there was a community that came up around it, and I don't doubt any of that, right? So, but when we go to see it, like 25 years later ish, I heard about it. We were in the neighborhood, and I was like to my spouse at the time, I've heard about this place, this church. Since we're here and we're sightseeing, I want to go see it. So sure enough, went and see it. And it was just some 2x4s and 2x6s with windows on the outside. But everybody was like, oh, the grandiose view and the this and the that. Well, looking down the side of the mountain through the trees, it was pretty. And in the wintertime, when they lost the leaves, it was probably prettier, but nothing special. But he was guided by God to drag all these boards up there because there wasn't electricity or anything back then, and at that spot. So everything was done by hand. Everything. So it was interesting for me to see, being a carpenter, how he built this thing. But it was really flimsy. I mean, really flimsy. Really flimsy. Flimsy now. And I've built stuff before. And this house, it ain't flimsy. So, in places there were only outside walls and no inside walls. Okay. And the pews were just benches and stuff. Okay. For what it is or was, I guess it's still standing. But there were all these people walking up the driveway to it and making donations, and how special it is, and how this preacher preached, and how he went around and preached to other churches and all this. And well, that's good. Okay. So they come up and it's like they have just seen the Taj Mahal. Okay. They have just seen one of the pyramids. They have just seen the Eiffel Tower. They had, you know what I'm saying? And I'm looking around with this crowd and I'm listening to them. And they're talking about how, and Jesus came to him and spoke to him. And that's why he built this chapel here. And that's why it's so special and everything. Blah, blah, blah. And I sat in the church after everybody left, to the point of pissing my wife off, which was not hard to do. But I was like, I'm here. I'm open because I read about this church in Georgia years ago through the newspaper, right? So now we got internet and stuff. Um, I just want to sit here and see what it feels like. It was just a nice feeling in church. Nothing to me, nothing special. Not that there ain't, but I've been to places where I can feel the energies, right? So I just sat there, not expecting anything, just sitting. And I've been to places where I didn't even have to sit still, the energy would hit you. So I was kind of sort of hoping for a little stronger, you know, push. There wasn't any. It was just a nice, comfortable feeling in this chapel. But I did not see anything overly spiritual about the place. It was a flimsy building, you know, and the windows need caulked. So, but anyway, but it was to the point of there was so much hype about this chapel. And oh, this chapel, blah, blah, blah. And oh, the guy who did it, blah, blah, blah. Okay. It really wasn't that big. I built stuff down in the woods when I was a kid, us kids, and built two-story little things down in the woods when we were 12 and 13 kind of thing. Um, this looked like something we had done. So in that, I was not impressed. But now all these people are just humming and hawing and the holiness of the place. I did not speak down about it or bad about it, but okey doke, you know. So to me, it was a big letdown. Not that I was expecting, but I was because of all the hype I'd heard before. To all the hype I've heard before, that traveled in and out my door. Okay, so that's how forward thinking or this. Oh, it's going to be great. Oh, it's so such a, and then it rains for 3 days, and you go, but we made it. Um, yeah, but it rained, but we made it. We still went fishing, and now here I am, at this place and thinking that God was going to speak to me, thinking that the chapel was going to speak to me, and I really wanted it to speak to me, and I didn't even hear a church mouse. So anyway, I'm not trying to speak bad. I'm just saying that um, if it was a special place, it did not speak to me. But there were a lot of people who were very impressed by it, and I thought to myself, "Oh God, it don't take much to impress you, does it?" That was my thought. I'm standing at the door, and I'm holding the door, and people are filing out because I want them to go ahead and get the hell out of there so I can go and sit down in the quiet. So I'm holding the door, and I'm thinking to myself, they're talking, oh, this is so spiritual and all this kind of stuff. And I took a deep breath, and I was like, isn't this grand? It had a lofty ceiling, but nothing really to write home about. My ceiling's taller in here than it was in the church. So, um, but because it was narrow and tall, oh, anyway. So I'm listening to him, and I'm like, this, honest to God, this is what's impressing you? Y'all must be a bunch of Democrats. It was Arkansas. Oh, well. So, Dave, what's that got to do with forward thought? Well, it has taught me to check my forward thinking at the door. In other words, I'm going to go to this place. I'm going to go up this road, hang a left. I'm going to go down this road to another place. And then I'm going to cross a river. And then I'm going to hang a right. And I'm going to go up a little ways and hang another left. And that's basically how I'm going to get there, right? To Barry's house. So here's the route. Here's the thing. But I don't see anything on the road. I'm not getting into Google Earth and going to the street view to see what's going on. Don't care. Because I'm going to be driving through. The other thing is, because I haven't been that way in so long, it's going to be an adventure. Now, why would I get on the internet? Because I didn't do this before. Why should I do it now? But so I should get on the internet and look at, ground level view kind of thing. Now, there are a couple of places that I did zoom in because I could not read a sign or something, and I wanted to know what the road was like. Is it 2-lane, 4-lane, right? Does it look nice? Is it divided? So zoom in, take a look around, and go, oh, okay, and back out. So all I did was look on the map and go, oh, there's a state park over here in case I get tired. Okay. Well, I think I can make it to Arkansas, before I have to pull over kind of thing. But I might have to pull over in Mississippi, And so where in Mississippi up there is there a place for me to, drop tent or pull over or park, day park, even to sleep in the Jeep, right? So all right, so I might think about that. But my forward thinking as to what it's going to look like, oh, it's going to be so great, and there's going to be waterfalls, and there's going to be, candy hanging from the trees. I'd rather have weed hanging from the trees, but never mind. So back then, people, especially Becky, would forward think so much about an item that they destroyed it. She destroyed the vacation because she kept reminding us, oh, this vacation is ruined. She couldn't say ruined. 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 Oh my God, it's ruined. Okay. Proper English. Even though we're living in Tampa, you can't have slang. Anyway, so what comes next? Well, we went there. We did have a vacation. Yes, it was wet, but we had bears, man. We had bears chasing me and my sister. Holy crap, what a story. After 60 years, I could still tell the story. And it was true. It is true. We got chased by a big brown, black bear, brown bear. It was black. At a campsite up there in the Smoky Mountains back in 1963 or 64. 64. Love it. A real true to life story about a vacation in the Appalachians. So, they left us with a memory, and so did the bears, you but for me and my sister too, in a lot of ways, because she still takes her grandkids out and goes fishing, and still likes to go out in the country and woods and like to take walks, so we're still oriented that way. So all of my 70, most of my 72 years there's been camping involved, right? So why is going out to see Barry important? Because I want to go camping along the way too. So having been this route several times, I'm going to be reliving, in a way, my trip. But I'm going to relive the trip with today's eyes, not, oh my God, where did all, I probably will say that they tore that thing, they tore that building down. What happened to this, whatever, right? So, but it's been so many years, I probably won't remember. But anyway, forward thinking. So I'm not projecting, you know, I'm just going to go down these roads and get there. So in life, we can choose just to, I got to go to work. There's only one way to really go to get to Moultrie, right? So I'm going to drive that road into Moultrie. I'm not going to go someplace else. I'm going to drive this road to Moultrie because it is the shortest. It goes straight in, you know. Um, Later on, I might drive around the county for enjoyment, but I got to get to work. So I'm going to take the direct route. So what are we going to do in this? We're going to take the direct route. But if we decide to go on a vacation, we can kind of float around and visit other places at our leisure. All right. But we're on a mission. We're on a mission because we're talking about the quantum field, which is everything. There is no field of quantum, by the way. That's kind of silly. Look at that field of quantum over there. They're going to bring one of them their plows over here any day now. Get rid of that shit. But so, the idea that the quantum field, and they have done it, played with it, is that we can send a message to Mars in the fraction of a second. Boom, it's there. It travels through the quantum. Okay. I've had messages. I've talked about this with my granny when she was alive, and how we could tell when the other one was going to call uh, every time, you know, especially when I moved up here. But so other people that I've had psychic connections with, we've had them, and sometimes you have a psychic connection with somebody you just met, and you go, wow, I feel like I've known that person for all my life. And you go, wow, isn't that strange? No, it's not strange. Because in a previous life, you may have met that person or that energy, and it may be that at some point you bumped into that energy. And by bumping into an exciting energy, kind of rubs off on you, got a little bit of soot on you. Wow, that's some good energy. I think I'll keep it. I'm not going to wash this shirt. I think I'll keep it. Um, but then you pick up the energy from that. You go to a concert, you listen to music, and you stomp your feet and clap your hands, and you pick up that energy, and you pick up the energy of other people, right? And take it on with you, right? So you go, but you can't see it, can you? You can't quantify it. Oh my God, that concert energized me. Okay, but you can't see it, can you? You can see it in the person's actions. They're jumping up and down. Man, I remember the last one I went to. It was Bad Company, and I come home and I was tired as hell. Had come in from Tallahassee, and I only had a couple of beers. It was too much. That was the beginning of really quitting drinking, and so I mean, really put the bottle down, or the jar or the glass or whatever. But so it's like, as tired as I was, we're sitting here in the house at the kitchen table, and it was like, man, that was just so cool. man, and they sang that song that, blah, blah, blah. We were singing along, yeah, man. And I could see the bass player, man. And I waved at him. And then we saw the same guy in in the bar across the street. The again, I can't remember. Anyway, famous bar, Tallahassee, Bullwinkles. So, and he's in the upper deck, and there's the bass player, Bad Company, standing right there. Oh. And so, anyway, um, the energy that you pick up from them, from the concert, from other people. So, we were in Tallahassee and came back up here to Georgia, right? So, all the way up here, there's this trail of energy coming off of the 3 or 4 of us that were in the car. And it was just, I think Eddie was with us, and yeah, okay, 4 of us. So, there's the energy because we're talking about it. We're driving around, we're driving home, and we get out of Tallahassee and we're smoking a joint, and we're really feeling good. And now, but so we're passing this energy along. It's literally going out the windows along with the weed smoke, and we're joyous and singing and all the way back to Georgia and to the home. It's only 25 miles, 30 miles. And so, okie doke, now what? Well, all that energy went out into the quantum. And for whatever it was worth, it spread around there in Thomasville. And then I came home, which spread it around up to Coffee County. So we were spreading a lot of good energy just from that concert because we were singing and happy and literally not necessarily on purpose to put it in the quantum, but we were purposely having fun, which went into the quantum. So were we aware of it? Subconsciously, yeah. Did we do it on purpose to like recharge the quantum? Not consciously. We were having fun and we wanted to project it, yes. But at the time, we weren't thinking about the quantum. Now, for me, I was thinking about cosmic goo. And I knew that, energy's around and energies from different people. And so I knew about that stuff back then because it's been 30 years what I'm talking about. Uh, Way early in my shaman training, you know. So, but now I look back on it and go, ooh, there was that was a close one. Or ooh, I could see where where did that energy come from? Oh, it came from us. You ever walk into a situation, there's a few people, and you just do not want to be there, and you want to turn around and go back out, because you can feel the hate or the whatever it is from it. So, this stuff happens. Why am I bringing it up? It's because we need to be more aware of what we put in there and how we put it in the quantum. If you're pissed off at the end of the day and fuck the world and fuck this time, and and then you have nightmares, and you wake up in the morning and you're still pissed off. I've done that. So it's like, and still cussing, and sometimes still drunk. But so you go to work and do your thing and working on a machine by yourself with a lot of noise, so you can cuss and scream and holler and get it out of you, but it'd take you all the way to lunch. You're not quite out of it yet by first break, but by lunch, you kind of finally cool them down. So, what? So, the energy that I was projecting from the night before or whatever went on, and usually it wasn't anything catastrophic, it was just dumb or stupid, right? Or somebody had pulled something dumb or stupid. And we're always risking taking risky chances on some kind of blow or weed or something. And, you know, LSD, anyone? So I had a monkey on my back, sure enough, with all the stuff that we were getting and selling and eating. Um, but so change my path, change my energy flow. So through contemplation, a lot of it, getting my butt kicked in the spirit realm and physically now. I mean, physically getting beat up, just Mother Nature, doing her thing to me and other things that I realized that you have to have help from the universe. I'm tying this in. I know it's been 2 hours. So this section is about finding out that energy exists, finding out that we put it out there all the time. Everybody's putting this energy out into the quantum, and the quantum's big. It literally stretches everywhere. So having a conversation about, um, all of the smart people were smart because, like Tesla, he allowed himself to listen to his thoughts and to the universe. And he had a little pad of paper, pencil beside his bed every night. And so that when he woke up the next morning, any ideas or whatever, he would write it straight down. And that's how he worked. So, but he believed because he had spoken to Edgar Casey, um, that the conversation of consciousness, spirituality, and that kind of thing had been discussed on a level that most people still don't talk about today. So it's like, well, okay. So how do we get through this quagmire of stuff that's in the quantum at the moment? First, you know, we admit it's there. Second, we admit that it's there. What? Wait. What, Dave? Because there are people who just they're not going to buy it. Nope, nope, ain't going to buy it. Nope, ain't nothing in the universe. No, that's just bullshit. And then you give them some examples, and they go, "Well, maybe. I agree with you on that and about this, and I agree with you, that and that, and I agree with that. Well, that's part of the deal." And then you get them to believe really. So that's number one and 1A maybe, you know, in the trying to get them to believe. So, but they got to get out of this thought process that the universe is just this pie in the sky. What? Yeah, it's this and that, and don't worry about it. Okay. So people, ooh, they landed on the moon again. Ooh, they put another one on Mars. Ooh, we're going to go to Mars one day. Well, I would hate to ride in a spaceship to go there, but it would be boring as hell unless they had, some really good steaks and some really good pastries and something that resembled cold milk from a cow. Uh, you know, maybe they got a frozen cow they could squeeze anyway. But so the quantum field, it's all around everywhere. I mean, everywhere, and it mixes in with the cosmic rays as well. But they are their own entity. Okay, so you know that you believe that they're there. You understand that they're there. You the cosmic rays and the energies and the quantum field. It does exist. Now, maybe not in a bunch of green books, but it does exist. Now, for me and a bunch of other folks, because there have been things over the many years that I've talked about, and that you get a message in your head kind of thing, and you go, wait a minute, what was that? And, you know, Dave, check the radar. I wonder why. Check the radar out of the blue. Something came in my head. Son of a gun, there's a storm nearby. I better go close the windows in the truck. And stuff like that, okay? So you say, well, I believe that the spirit contacted me. I believe whatever energy, entity, maybe it's a part of me out there looking because I'm a watchman. So, but whatever it was, my message that came in was check the radar. I didn't hear it coming, didn't hear it thunder or anything. Check the radar. Sure enough, one mean shower that's in this area right here, and it's happened a few times. Thunder, lightning, the whole 9 yards. Go bring in the laundry unless you wanted to get rinsed again. So, but you see, that's how you know that the universe is talking to you. And you go, but Dave, Hawkeye, what the hell? No, but see, that's where you got to believe. When things like that happen to you have to believe that it is the universe talking to you. Oh, okay, if you want to call it God or Jesus, okay. But, for the rest of us, it's just the universe talking. It's not any particular entity. Now, there are many of us who get messages from particular entities, but this is just sort of like somebody standing in the cafeteria at school and going, "Okay, kids, free Jello," and they all go running. Or, that's a bad analogy. But it's just a message. Well, who said that? I don't know. Somebody in the kitchen. Okay, but it's free Jello. All right. So, and and Bill Cosby will not be there. Ooh, that was a bad one. So what do we do with this knowledge? We try to just understand it. And how do you do that? You can't think about it too much because the understanding has to come from your gut. There is thought involved because the thought is, what is my gut telling me to do, or telling me to read, or telling me to listen to? Because I'm seeking the truth. So my gut is telling me that there's a truth out there, and I'm going to find it. And I'm going to share it. That's a fact. So we pay attention now to the ether, to the goo out there, to the quantum, and say, hey, you got any other interesting information you want to pass along? And literally, hang on. You literally have to be the right frequency to hear it. It might be at 4 megahertz and you're at 4.2. Ain't going to hear it. All you're going to hear is static. So you got to fine tune to these different energies coming. I hate to say out of, because that's not really true. These messages aren't coming out of anything because they're already out. These energies and these thoughts are in that minute materium that is all around us, the goo. Oh, it doesn't. Yes, it does exist, Virginia. Sorry. Fine little particles, you know. So is it important? Yes. We agitate all those fine little particles every time we walk, talk, go somewhere. So, what influence do we want to have on those little particles? The stop and go. We stopped at a place, peed on the side of the road, did so left a little message, Um, but we try to be good human beings, and some of us are crazy and bad. We try to keep things the best we can, right? So, but there are people, and I have to say it this way. Please don't be offended. I know there are folks that will be. They don't give a good goddamn worth of shit about this because they have repeated those words to me. I don't give a goddamn about, you know, oh, really? They don't care, and these are boisterous people and want to fight and scream and shoot guns in the air. Um, Shoot guns. And they'll do it just to be disruptive. Now, there's one thing: everybody's having a party, and we're doing it to, we're going to shoot off some rockets this weekend, and and make a little bit of noise. But it's in celebration, right? And a lot of folks are doing the same thing. It's Memorial Weekend, so okay. But what about coming into the house and swearing and throwing things and kicking the dog or the cat, and so you bring these negative thoughts home. Whatever happened during the day, I've done this back in the day, bring that bad shit home. But I was smart enough eventually, after about 2 years, honey, I'm home, but I gotta go take a walk. You can come with me, but I gotta go take a walk. I'm not coming in the house. I don't want to put negative energy in here. I have firmly believed that for a long time. So if you want to bring anger into my house, you got to go outside. You can be angry, but not in my house. So then I have had to fight a couple of people to get them out of my house because they were so angry. Go out in the yard and be pissed off. I don't care, but not in here. I got too many crystals and too many things that amplify it. Oh, you just don't want to hear it. No, 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 no. You don't understand. I got two huge crystals right down here on the floor. I got another one right over there, and I got, several of them. No, no. We got to get them out, please, now. So, but that's another story. So, but the message is in the quantum, in the Akashic record, in the library out there, floating around on the atoms, and just having a good old time. All that information just weaving itself around, you know. Oh, look, there's Moby Dick, ooh, and the book, the text, there's Ahab, Ahab, the king of the bird of sand. Um, so it's all out there. All the stories that I've told, because I've used my voice and we put it on the internet and it's been heard over speakers and to other people. It's in it's in my stories that I've read, not mine, but the stories that I have read from the books and the things, and I've told a few. Those are have become part of that library. You know, after this week will be 175 shows in a couple of days. So, to me and Robert, we've made a mark in the universe. We have done 175 shows. We have, we're not making any money or anything, because that ain't why we do it. But the fact that we have done 175 shows, we missed a couple. We can't say that they're in a row, but pretty much in a row. Only a couple of skips that we have interjected our energies. And the truth, as much as we could, that we're still finding into the universe, into the 3D dimension for people to just read or listen to and find out for themselves. And also the animal stories that I read, those are, those represent history and the stories of the native peoples. Oh, the stories about the rabbit. Yeah, but there are a lot of stories about rabbits from different places. Look at, uh, look at Brer Rabbit, for goodness sakes. What a story. Brer Rabbit. And you know where Brer Rabbit was stolen from the Indians. And you say, that can't be true. What? It was. Because there is a story, and I read it 2 or 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? Anyway, um, Rabbit found some stuff, right? And it was like the story of the tar baby. So he punched with one hand and his paw got stuck. He threw the other and got stuck. He kicked it and got stuck. He kicked it with his other foot and it got stuck. And then he decided to do a headbutt and his head got stuck. And so, he was sitting on the bench, he was doing, so there are all these things in the story about, um, um, yeah, the tar baby story. And with Fox and, getting thrown in the briar patch, that was part of that same Indian story. That how he was like, oh, I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. Please just throw me in the briar patch. It'll take care of me. So they threw him in the briar patch. And then when he got in there, he's like, dummies. They believe me kind of thing. So, but to the point, they modified, and I've done this too when I was doing stories. So plagiarism, sort of. But that you change a couple of the items in the story just enough. And it actually gives a little more depth to the story itself. Because you gotta, to me, you gotta have an ending. Some of the native stories just kind of quit. So, but anyway, so yeah, so that story was stolen, swiped back in the day, and but at least it was told in the same vernacular, as the story was told, written down. People hate the way he wrote the stories with in the correct dialogue, and I love it because there's still folks around here that talk like that. You know, then it's sort of a reference book. you know, but me and Barry were talking about it earlier today, and it's like you don't understand. There's still people that talk like this. You know, be nice to them. What? Yeah. And he come back from the store, okay? I guess. What? What the hell are you talking about? So, but anyway, so in the quantum field, there's all this information. And there are people who have solved problems like right away, something's happened, something tragic, And, and they just go, we're going to take that over there, and we're going to take this over here. And there's I think I saw something that, just down over in the parking lot. We're going to bring that up here. We're going to put all this together. We're going to make us a shelter. And this is going to be our, our triage for, folks that come in. And now the next thing we're going to do is going to go. So, there are people who can, not necessarily at the drop of a hat, but there are people, and I have been a part of this over the years in tragic situations, and it just seemed to know. It's like the story of when we found that man in the burning truck with the bottom of his left leg missing, and how I held his bloody stump while to make sure that he wasn't bleeding out, and we put bandages on it and everything. So, um, but you never know when you're going to get called for the weirdest thing, or maybe the most grossest thing. I never thought I was going to hold a man's bloody stump. So that's as far as I'm going with that story, because I know it upsets some people. But to the point, if you follow what the Creator says and just go along with the flow, it works out a lot easier. Did I want to hold that man's leg up? No. Did I? Yes. Why? Because it could have been me. Now, he was speeding at 110 miles an hour and hit the guardrail. I don't drive that fast. And I'm a little bit more careful around guardrails. But that's why I have driven 2 trucks, and the only incident of wrecking has been I hit a dog and a small deer with the Isuzu, and I hit 2 deer with the Mazda. That's all. It's the only accidents. So I'm very careful, and I mean that's like over 650,000 miles between the 2 vehicles. So I'm proud of that. I want to do the same with Jeep. But in the quantum field, I'm always looking ahead when I'm driving. What's out there? Is there something down the road? Is there an animal fixing to jump in front of me? But all it is awareness. So I'm in the vehicle now, and I go, you okay? I'm in the car now. I'm going to quit thinking about stuff at the house, and I'm going to think about what's on the road going to Moultrie. Anything out there? Nope. Come on, let's go. Come on, Duggart, let's go. And off we go. So I've already told the universe that keep an eye out. So I've already sent a scout, if you will, to go down the road to Moultrie. You sent a scout out? Well, yeah, I sent a thought. And if the thought bumps into something and comes back, okay, that requires further investigation, like maybe slowing down, or maybe there's this, there's been times when it's sunshine in here and you get halfway to Moultrie and it's raining like a bitch. I mean, there's 2 inches of water on the road. There's thunder, lightning. I mean, it's bad. Wind and everything. Got to pull over. And 10 minutes later, it's gone. So, but those are dangerous. And especially if you literally come around a curve and you go, whoa, there's a line of water right there. And if you hit that, the water just right with a little bit of oil on the ground, you're going to go into a spin, which I've seen folks do. So no, don't want to do that either. That's just a simple thing with, rain and a thunderstorm. Could it be catastrophic? Yes. Thank goodness the guy that I saw do the spin, he landed okay. But he wasn't going fast. But those kind of things do happen. So, but in your thought pattern, for me, it's like, yeah, I have the history of seeing all of these things or the results of them on this highway going to Moultrie for the last 42 years. Okay. So every time I go to the doctor, every time I go, I'm driving down the same road. So somebody come in, and there's not been a lot of changes, I got to tell you. They just built 2 new houses, and that's the most I've seen in a bunch of years. But so, nice drive, country road, But you never know who's coming down the road. And it's a curvy road. And there are a lot of places you cannot pass. So if you're behind a farm equipment, which is highly likely almost any time of the year, more so in the summer, harvest. But so people will try to, pass the harvester. And these folks will pull over and go down in the ditch, okay, so that you can pass. And they will signal when it's okay to pass. But, these idiots that ignore those warning signs and hand signs from their neighbors and come around a harvester or something and need another vehicle that has just turned onto the highway and crash, boom, bam, there are folks in the hospital if they ain't dead. So there are just a grade of people that just ain't paying attention. I mean, it's like a whole group of them. I mean, it's almost like, well, they're probably all Democrats, but it's something else. They all are going to sit and believe this something else. And I have yet to figure it out. If I figure it out, I'll tell you. But, in watching, the stuff go around and down and everything, it's like, okay, now, what's next with some of these fluty people? These people that are floating in some kind of something. And no offense, and I'm not trying to be rude or confrontational. We need to do something about these folks. We need to show them some kind of truth that will unlock their brain. They need to see and experience something that will unlock that TDS. Yeah, okay. I got it right. I'm tired and it's what? 2:34? Oh man, I missed the 20? Oh, that's sad. So sitting here listening to politicians sitting here listening to people whining about things, sitting here watching dumbasses do dumbass stuff. Now, for example, I have seen the video of that African American woman dressed in red at that place in New Jersey. And I remember back in my early days, like damn near 50 years ago, that if we were standing outside of any facility with a gate, any facility, not a, forget prison, but any facility that had a gate, meant that it was private property on the other side of that fence. Private property. So the people I'm not even going to say Congress. So the people, in their intense desire to make a statement, went through the gated fence and onto the property where they were unloading some of those people to the jail. That is one of the things that made it more serious. They're taking these folks and putting them in, you know, I've been there. They chain you together and, you frog walk in. But also, that's a time when you will be shot dead. If you're going to try to run or something, I've told this story and it's a real one. I was sitting beside this 6'6" black man, and he was in there for murder. And he looked at me, and I was much skinnier and I don't know, probably a lot more white all around. and I'm already chained to him now. Okay. And he's like, boy, when I tell you to run, you better run your fucking white ass as far as you can run. And I looked at him like this and I was like, and where are we running to? Don't you worry about that. When we get out the van and we go down the sidewalk around the corner, yep, been there, done that. Literally. And so we're going to break and run. There's going to be a car down somewhere. Yeah. And he looks at me and he says, and if you can't keep up, I will kill your fucking ass and leave you in the street. And I was like, yes, sir, I'll keep up, because I'm chained to the guy. Thank God there was no running involved that day. But I'm chained to this 6'6", huge black man. Huge black man. I mean, it was like, oh, dude, wow, hey, how's the air up there? Especially from my point of view. So, why am I talking about this stuff? Because all of these things are already past, but the stories still linger in the ether. They still linger in the cosmic goo. And at least for me, because I'm the only one that really happened to, can I pull that story back out of the goo and say, hey, yeah, I remember that story. And, and so I don't have to keep it in here in my memory because I know it's in the library. Am I making sense? The library's the goo. So I don't, I got to remember that story about the jailer and the thing. And I got to remember this other story because it was really funny too. And I got to remember this story because it was just really tragic. And no, that ain't how it works. That is not how it works. So what you do is the library book of David Null doing puppets in Tennessee, to be more specific, right? So that's the stories that I told, the puppets I did, the trips in the vehicle, and that story's in this book, okay? But I don't carry it with me and recite from it every day. But because I lived it, did it, traveled it, did puppets, the whole 9 yard, I participated, I created it basically. They gave me the opportunity to go up there and act a fool, and I did, and made $650 and free room and board for 3 days, and got to go to Tennessee. So, what a deal. And that was a lot of money for me back then, by the way. It's still a lot of money to this day. But but the idea though that so I created the puppets, I created the stories, I created my craziness, but my craziness had to be um, reined in order to allow that part of my ego to come out as a businessman and as a storyteller, not as a crazy old puppeteer. Let's back off that guy, but let's bring out Dave. It's a little bit more suave, and now how much are you willing to pay for the travel and expenses and well last year we did this yeah, but that's good and that was wonderful, but gas prices have doubled. So this is the conversation I had with this lady. So can you do something about better compensation for the travel because everything is up? She goes, no problem, because we have a special fund just for gas. She said it'll be at least, I think I can add $80 to this at least. And it ended up being 100. So, I was like, wow, cool. So, you do your job, you get there and you're nice to people and you learn things and you share things. And I used to share a lot of stuff, a lot of good energy, and I don't get to do that anymore. And I would really like to figure out how to do it again. But that's another story. I'm still working on it. So, what I'm discussing now is that we always have the opportunity to do other things. We may feel like we're locked in, but we're not. We can quit anytime, you know, basically. So you might not want to because you don't have enough money in the bank or anything to fall back on or another job or so you might go, well, I think I'll quit for 2 days and take some vacation time. Okay. But in this day and time, folks are I'm hearing it through different sources and that is generation XYZ or whatever it is. They're not staying on the job. They work for 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month. Some last as much as six weeks, not 6 months, but 6 weeks. And that the job was too stressful, and it was this and it was that, and they weren't getting enough money. And it's like, you were counting tickets at the beer gallery. What? That was too tough for you? Oh, I had to stand on my feet. Oh, and I had to, talk to customers in the parking lot. And I had to, and the traffic was bad and there was smog. What? You were getting paid $20 an hour, you dumbass. Too late. They're fired. They left their job or quit. They quit. So, um, plus tips. And so there are people that I've known that, they do that sort of thing. And over the years, if I could get a job, period, and it was going to be a full time job, that I would figure out how to keep it. If it was being a janitor, I learned how to be a really good janitor. I learned about different types of um, cleaning apparatus. I learned about the buffing machines and how to put the pads on them on the bottom of them. Learned how to ride them down the hallway. Learned how to not get slung around and around in a circle like some people have. Almost did. But so there's all kinds of skills for all kinds of things. Well, some people say, I don't want to be a damn janitor. Well, have you ever worked as a janitor? Well, no. If you're a janitor in like an office building or something, that job is pretty sweet. All you're doing is emptying garbage cans. and wiping up a table or collecting something and running a vacuum cleaner, and that's about it. You don't have any usually, unless they've had a party or something. But then the people in the building will. There are some of those who they'll collect the garbage, put it in a big can, and dump it later. But so you got to dump the garbage. You got to vacuum. Got to wipe up the counters. You got to empty garbage. I said empty garbage cans, right? That's all you got to do, and you can make $20 an hour. Oh well, it's second shift, third shift. You have to work at night when everybody's closed down. So there's nobody there. You get to work your own pace, and that's not enough money. You hate your job. It's too hard to do. I don't want to do menial work. I don't want to work as a janitor. Well, call it something else. you know, give it a new age title. You know, um, office restructure or you know, you go into the office and you restructure everything. You have to do the garbage and you know, um, make up something. But if you think that you're nothing but a lowly janitor, you're on the 15th floor of this office building. Not the same janitor, that's in the darkened halls and that this. No, you dumbass. Pay attention. What you have is an opportunity to look at stuff in the garbage and read some of the mail. But some of the mail, there are offerings to go to school, or they're looking for people. It's a magazine or a trade journal or something. We are looking for young men who want to make $25 an hour to learn how to work on our machines. Must be, 22 years of age, clean record, and, willing to work, 48 hours a week or something like that. So you find out about stuff by looking at obscure things in the garbage. What? Seriously. I found out a bunch of stuff by reading what was in uh, the different engineers' garbage cans. I wasn't looking for anything personal, didn't care, don't care. What I was looking for were trade journals and things. And they'd get something from a manufacturer that made tiddly bumps. Yeah, tiddly bumps. Yeah, but these are stainless steel tiddly bumps. Yeah, so big deal. And they throw the thing away. So I'd come along and look down in the garbage can and go, what the hell are tiddly bumps? And that sounds like that's a good idea to make them out of stainless steel. They wouldn't rust and this and that. Well, what are they for? So now I take the mag out of the garbage, and I go sit on the toilet. I would take the magazine with me, go to the bathroom. I wonder what the hell are tiddly bumps, So then you learn about them. You learn about the company. You learn because in these trade journals they'll explain all kinds of stuff, right? So it's like, wow, these folks make tiddly bumps and they're sold here and there, blah, blah, blah. Man, I need to look at if they ever need if they ever need a machinist or, engineer, I want to go work for them. Sounds cool. So, but anyway, so the opportunity is there for other things. But if you think it's just a janitor's job, then you're dumb, in my humble opinion. Because I learned those things back when I was, 12 years old. Look at somebody's garbage can and you can find all kinds of stuff. Not necessarily looking for bad things, but like somebody would get, trade journals or, you know, different kinds of mail for, back in the day, way back in the day. You couldn't find a Harbor Freight catalog or folder. They made a big folder, and a catalog for the year, and that was that. So, and everything was mail order. You couldn't. There were no stores for Harbor Freight, and so it's like, wow. So now there's one in Thomasville and others, one in Moultrie, and I still can't get a flyer unless I can go to the store, but they don't send them out in the mail. Maybe there's some people that put them in a box or something, but because it costs so much to mail them these days, they're like, we're in Moultrie, come see us. We got if you got the internet, we can show you all kinds of savings and sales, right? But we're not mailing out anymore, so I still don't get a catalog. I still don't get a catalog, right? But anyway, but all these things go into the ether, that go into the quantum. As much as these folks want to disagree, okay, it's in the heavens. Does that help with Do you feel better if we talk about it that way? But some folks are locked into the gates of heaven routine. That the idea that there is knowledge and energy just floating freely in the universe, just having its happy old time, just floating in the universe. And we're just swimming in it. We can do the side stroke, we can do the breaststroke, we can hold our nose and go under, which, I've done that a few times. And thank God I'm coming up on, I'm resilient enough to keep my head above water. And hopefully you are too. So here we are now, a little further down the road with our understanding of the quantum. So I know there's all kinds of mathematical things, and the quantum does this and represents that. Okay, I get it. I do. But if you're going down that rabbit hole of the minute detail, there must be a reason why you need to dive that deep. Now, I still want to know enough, like being able to talk the way I have, about the things that have happened in the bigger scale. Like, hey, they cranked it up too high. That's easy to understand. And one of the parts blew up. That's easy to understand. But now somebody might say, in section 425, there was an overheating in a duct that led to, and then there was a weasel that crawled into the ductwork and fell into the mainframe and shorted out against the pole, and that, and CERN heated up and almost, put a hole through the earth. Next, you know, so it's like, well, wait a minute. So the simple fact is that yes, CERN had an issue, and yeah, there was some bumping and grinding going on that a little weird. Should they be doing that at all? Honestly, shouldn't some of us critical thinkers? I mean, a bunch of us have been saying, just shut it down. Stop with it already. Recycle the parts. Turn that underground tunnel that this thing sits in and put in some kind of, choo-choo train, put in an electric train and make it like a Disneyland or something. And you can ride around the tunnels of turn it into folks can go there and they can ride their little three, things, or their scooters, or they can get on their, um, roller skates and what am I talking about? I'm talking about the space where CERN sits now. Turn it into a roller park, you know? But Hawkeye, that sounds so mean. Better than blowing a magnetic hole through the earth from where it sits. And one of the things, since I broached the subject, one of you started this. I heard you. But that CERN created, I think it was a negative ionic something, and that it was 100 times stronger than that of the Earth and the shield and so forth. Well, love what talk about? I want to go roller skating. Me too. And for the last 3 minutes, I've been trying to think of the word skateboard. Like, what it, fuck. God, I'm not getting old timers. But I have been up a bunch of hours and I've done a bunch of things the last day and a half, and I'm overly tired. So, and certain words just ain't coming in. I'm getting messages from the big giant head, but I'm not. I'm skipping on a bunch of stuff. Um, so, in sort of a wrap up, um, should we forward think? Should we think forward? And what about the consequences of what we think? Well, I want to build a skyscraper down here in the swamp. Okay. Is it plausible? Would it be? No. You could probably do it, but why? So so for me, I'm saying, yeah, I've decided I'm gonna build me a null tower down here by the bridge. And it's gonna be 500 million stories tall, and it's gonna look out all over the South. And we're gonna tell them goddamn Yankees that come on after us. The South shall rise again. And this tower is gonna be so big it's gonna rise up all over everything. And the South will have risen above them. What you think about that? Hey, put that musket down. I'm crazy, I know. hmm. Let's do for a 20 that I missed. So, for now at least, people should try to understand it doesn't necessarily work, it's just there. There are people who say, oh, you need a special code, you need to. No, you don't. Now, let me back that up. For some, yeah, okay, I'm listening. For some things, they're not necessarily secret, but they're private. In other words, yes, it's open to the public, but we're not putting it out there on display. It's back here. We're not really trying to hide it, but there's been so many stories with this that we just keep it back here for security reasons. Not trying to. If you want it, we got it. It's right there. We'll take you right to it. Okay. So that's still being open. But there are some of these things, they're finding in boxes in rooms, and they're going, what the hell is this? What the holy crap. This is about them children, ain't it? Holy shit. So we got things like that going on. Now I'm going to stand up for Dan again, and Kash Patel. they got dumped into one of the worst messes ever on this planet with trying to fix the FB and I, the female body inspectors. And these folks are corrupt, absolutely. These folks, they have assassins within the organization, absolutely. They had special clients and things to where their assassins worked in the shadows behind everybody. And that, were they a part of the organization? Nope. But they were hired as independent contractors to be shadow people. And the shadow people are the ones doing the bloody work. But there are still the few probably the mock terror, I would say, the lizard likes, that are behind the entire thing. Okay, Dave, you just said some stuff. I know. But some of what I'm saying is true. So, like Trump's plane being followed by a flying saucer. Mm-hmm. That was true. Actually, it's happened more than once. So, are there protectors for somebody? Yes. Are they the good guys? Well, not always. So we're facing two different factions. Facing us lily livered folk who know the stuff that we know. We want a good world. We want we want safety and all that. Straight down the line, it's okay, right? And it's a bunch of us. Different colors, heights, weights, everything. And then there are those who are discordant. Discordant? In other words, they're against everything. And we watch it with the courts. Look what they're doing. They're interrupting every freaking thing. And so, no, that's not what it's supposed to be. You people need to cut off the pair you have. Because if you've got a pair and you're a Democrat or whatever, you need to cut them dingleberries off because they are ruining your life and the rest of us. You need to cut them things off and get a transplant. Get some real balls. You can probably buy them down at the store, For the Democrats, we need real balls. Buy them and they can insert them in an afternoon's time. They just cut your scrotum and pop them right in, sew them up and put some iodine on it and pat you on the butt and say you're done. Yep, give these Democrats, some of these women need a set of balls too, And I think they got a set of balls up underneath some of them clothes they got. I mean, there's one that reminds me of my grandmother, Biatch, Catherine. And she looks like her. And every time they show a thing, my head goes back. No, she lives. It's alive. So so you go into this room and see who comes out next. And some people say, well, listen, we went into this special room where the Akashic record resides. Really? Cool. Tell me about it. Well, we opened up this door and it was lit, not overly bright, but it was well lit. And there were tables and desks and chairs and accoutrements and, and it was the room was maybe 20 feet long. And, There was down on the far end, there was a window to the outside. And, it was nice. And sitting in the middle of the table was this thing. Really? Yeah, it's what contains, you know, them balls for the Democrats. You're kidding. You mean they set that big ball on the table in front of all them Democrats? And that big ball is what got all the balls for them? Yes, sir, that's true. Holy macanoli, this is not going to work. They're done ate them sons of bitches before we can get there. They'll be thinking they was mountain oysters. They're going to eat their own balls because they're too stupid to look down. Lord have mercy, what are we going to do? What are these children's going to do? So that's I'm not drunk, but I'm very tired. Fall asleep here. Especially if it's eating something. Canadian bacon. Hey, there's a Canuck. Hey, mister, can you tell me how your balls taste? No, sir, I can't. If I could tell you how my balls tasted, I wouldn't have to talk like this. Balls, shut up. So, let's have fun with the crazies. So, coming up, there are some of these folks that have lost their minds and they're putting that energy into the quantum. Oh, going into the room. So in the quantum, in this thing that they're trying to tell people. So in this story, in this scenario, y'all believe in the quantum field? Well, yes, sir, I do. Come with me. We're going into room 13A, okay? It's just right down there. Yes, sir. Everybody goes to room 13A. It's a nice room, air conditioned, okay, and there's soft music playing somewhere, you know. And it's not music; it's just soft music. And otherwise, they'd be throwing up. Um, it's mind bending stuff, that music. But so, what do they do with it? Well, how can we not repeat this? Well, how do we seriously not do it and try to cause harm on people? Well, I got a solution. What's that? We're going to table the discussion. What? We are going to table the discussion. Now, y'all heard me. We're going to table this discussion until, you guessed it, until further notice. And that's what we're going to put out to everybody. We have suspended looking into this because we need time, which is true. But we ain't going to tell them by when. Not a word. But ladies and gentlemen, sitting here at this table, I think it's going to take us at least 9 months. So grab a hold of your gunny sacks. It's going to be a long haul. Now, wait a minute. You said you was going to release the Epstein file right away. Yep. Well, we jumped into this rat-infested hole and found out that there is so much shit that we have to wade through. We spoke too soon. There's a lot of stuff we need to backtrack and go through. And unfortunately, it's going to take some time. You can be mad at me and mad at us, but we can't give it to you now. All right, so that's one answer we're getting from them, right? But now this idea that he did it himself. No, because there were things turned off. It couldn't have been by himself. He might have been in that cell block by himself. There might have been voices in his head telling him what to do and what instructions to follow. But why certain things were turned off and certain people missing? Will we ever find that out? No, because the shadow swamp has made it disappear. Should we blame Dan and Kash Patel? No. They're in a bad position. Now, I did the video the other day where it's like, yes, I believe they're lying, but I believe they're lying because there's something they can't tell us. They're being held hostage through information. And so this is how it is. And like I said the other day, I think they went up to, Dan Bongino and, took a phone app and said, here, watch this. You see that? Well, that's my daughter. Yep. You see this? Well, that's my wife. Yep. And you see this? Well, that's my wife and daughter together. Yeah. Do you want to keep talking about this? Well, you son bitch. Yeah. And there's your dog. And here's your uncle. And here's your best friend. And here's your radio producer. And here's your... Now, do you want to talk about this some more? Or did he do it himself? Go ahead, make that decision. I'd be lying like hell. He did it himself, Nothing to see here. Why? Because I don't want my family to get killed. That's why. I don't want to get killed, Somebody don't want that touched. I didn't sell out. I got out. And there's a difference. If I'd have stayed mired up in that topic, they were going to blow our plane up, and they mean it. So, got to back off that one, children's, Do we know why? No. Do we want to know why? Well, yeah. So, but the thing is we're going to learn stuff around it. And you always look at the outskirts of stuff and go, well, oh, look, I found a pipe on the floor right over here, right next to the body. Duggar's body, the dog. Down there. So the evidence. What does the evidence point to? And we were having a discussion today about the truth shall set you free. If you follow the truth, honestly follow the honest to God truth, all the way through, no matter how bad it hurts or whatever, you follow the truth. And you get to the other end and you go, he did it himself. Now I'm sort of in story mode here. So, so if you have studied the evidence, the evidence could have been tampered. Okay, but I'm just saying, here's the folder, read it yourself, and you go through it and you go, well, there's that, and there's a picture, and there's that, and that, and that. Well, it doesn't seem like things are lining up correctly, but, then you turn another page and you go, all right. I see, because there are so many people that believe this, that I'm going to have to go along with this for now. Yep, I see. He did it himself. And he turned another page. And then it dawns on you that, yep, you have to believe this narrative, at least for the time being. For your own safety, for your family's safety, and in the fact that it will give you and other people the opportunity to dig up more data, information, juicy tidbits of what might have really happened. So, we got to keep an eye on things. They're going to try to pull the wool over our eyes again. And, what my eyes saw was not the same. All these people, no, I'm sorry. I was hiding down on the edge of the woods when this happened. You know, I saw what went on. Okay. Bang, bang, boom, 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 boom. What? Yeah. Okay. So nothing to see here. Just go back to your room. Everything will be okay. So, to the folks out yonder, the quantum field does not have daisies growing in it, nor marigolds. The quantum field is an expression, but it exists everywhere. There's not a place in the universe that you're going to get away from it. There's going to be some quantum junk nearby you. Now, some places it's a little thicker, but there's going to be there's quantum junk everywhere. So that's fact number one. And fact number two is that we were all created with bits and pizzas. Bits and pizzas? We're talking about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. No, but that we have been put together with bits and pieces of the universe. They made this over here and they had some left over and they went, ooh, let's have some fun. Let's create that right there. Ding dong. It's beautimous. And they go, wow, that was pretty cool. Let's stir it up a little bit more and add a little trinkle trinkle of stuff and say, okay, let's take a spoonful of that and ding, look at that. And the water and the colors and the plants. Oh, that was a good one right there. Now you say, Hawkeye, you're talking rubbish. You're a blasphemer because you're equating God to somebody that's got a spoonful of goo and goes pooey, and there's a universe over there, or there's a solar system, or there's well, slow down over yonder, before you make bad accusations. How do you think he did it? Maybe they had some atrazine or some of their Roundup stuff. Now, there's some planets that was made out of that, but it wasn't us, because there are evil, bad factions in this universe. Hawkeye, do you remember? Remember what? Hawkeye, do you remember that there is no evil? Wait a minute. I have seen stuff in my lifetime, and I've talked about it. Not recently, but I've talked about it. Of the evil beings that I have encountered myself. Big woolly booger sons of bitches. Half in and half out, in the third dimension to throw some people around and go back in with the Hounds of Hell. Yeah. I remember them. So what? Well, we got a new, I guess you'd call it half demon. What? Yeah, you was playing with him today. That little kid is a half demon. Yeah, he is. And but what happened was, and how he was born, and he literally slipped through the cracks, and he slid into hell by accident. As God's truth, I swear that is what happened. So now here was a baby that was born with great duress. His mother had trouble. His father ended up getting shot and killed, and I mean, it was a horrible affair. And then he stopped breathing. And so little did we know that the baby thought he was still in the womb and was playing, sea hunt under the water in his mama's belly. And he was just holding his breath. And then he'd let it out, and sing and coo. And then it was time for him he'd climb back up and hold his breath. What? In the womb? Yep. That's a little baby. It's amazing, ain't it? You have got to be kidding. Well, there are stranger things that have happened, right? But in this universe of things, anything is basically possible. So how come now? Here's another one. And I've been doing research into this, and for quite a while now, I don't think the goddess has gotten enough press lately. When was he here in the chat? It's been at least 3 weeks. Unless I didn't notice him. But it's been at least 3 weeks. And it might be more like 4. I'm ready. So there's information in the quantum. Because as it happens, and as people talk and things and ideas, and so these things get floated up. And certain subjects will stick together. Even over eons of time, certain subjects will stick together. It'd be like the subject of the Vikings. But it wouldn't just be the Vikings. It would be the Vikings and Valhalla and all of the, all the gods and goddesses that go with it. And, and it's like, well, but Dave, Hawkeye, that's heresy to talk about that stuff. We all know that they considered some of these guys, Thor was a god and this guy was a god. No, they weren't. We only had one God. Are you sure? What did you say? I just asked. Are you sure? How dare you? How dare I what? I'm just saying, what if the current narrative of that is wrong? Then what? It can't be. It won't be. Yeah, but you see up there on the chalkboard, it says 3 plus, it has 3 plus 3 equals 7. Well, yeah, everybody knows that. Okay, Rudolph, that's enough session for today. You know what I mean? So these things are going on now in ways that we're like, what? So there are folks that are using the quantum, oh, it's so big and it's so vast and it's all this. And other people are asking the quantum thingy, simple questions to see how it reacts or acts. Now, upcoming here in the future, there's going to be people who are going to pit the nice, calm ET over here to the boisterous one over here. The one that's got a flag and the one that's always like, man. And so it's like, okay, now put them against, it's not a MAGA. It's just common sense. And just let them go at it and see who wins. Because the ones in the blue are going to be running around and chanting and singing, Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Rama Rama Hare. Yeah, they're going to be doing that. And in the meantime, they're going to be giant bats that will come in and wipe them all out and eat them on the spot. Oh, no, that's not going to. Well, we hope so. So, ladies and gentlemen, what? Okay. Glad to see him leaving messages in the right place. Yeah, and he left it. He left it as a comment, and I did not erase it from one of the videos that I did. So I left a comment, so it's sort of like a marker in time, if you will. Like, see, he left that little 3-word message. Doesn't really mean anything, but the message being left is what's important. The fact that there is a message, period. So yeah, I've kept it. So I've kept you long enough, 3 hours and 27 minutes. Well, so for those of you that have hung out with me all the way through, I got to have one more hit before we leave. But so in the quantum of things, I see hope. Where years ago, I just knew we was doomed. But if you convince yourself that in the quantum is doom, well, there's going to be, guess what? There's going to be doom in the quantum. It doesn't mean that the quantum is doom and gloom and whatever. It means that there are some of the doom and gloom that, like everything else, resides in the quantum. What? Yeah. So that's why a rattlesnake is a rattlesnake. And like the story goes, the snake promised he wouldn't bite the farmer. And they got down into the warm weather and he went to turn the snake loose and the snake bit him. And he goes, "Why did you do that? You told me you wouldn't." And the snake said, "I'm a snake. What else did you think I was going to do? Not bite you?" So here's the farmer that was doing a kind gesture. And then here's the snake. His answer is he's just being a snake. That's the answer. So in this, is this what we're seeing now in some of these crazy ways? Sort of like the snake in whatever form that it's in, and that we're just starting to see it. But we see that it's being attacked, and there's something chewing on the armpits of this beast, this swamp critter. And it does exist. And you may say, well, no, because there are real people who are giving orders. It's not AI that's giving the orders. Okay. And so there must be some kind of organism people, folks, and stuff that are calling up and going, yeah, burn that piece of paper. Yeah, that's right. In fact, burn the whole file, set the filing cabinet on fire. In fact, just burn the whole damn building down. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's building 10. Yeah, on 9/11. That's right. Burn that one down. Okay, thank you very much. And off you go. So they have control of destroying things. I'm thinking, my gut feeling, that there have been a lot of things. Oh, we got this on him. Where is it? Well, we got it. It's on him. He did it. Where's the paperwork? Well, let's see. It was here. It was here somewhere. I'll get back to you on that. And I don't think it's because Dan Bongino ain't, don't want to pay attention. But I sincerely think that bunches of information were deleted and destroyed before either of them got there. You've got to understand that. For folks out there who are making these judgment calls, do you think they didn't touch that stuff before Dan got there? Are you serious? He's going to walk into the building on day one going, where are the files? And so there's going to be a dozen people 2 weeks before making sure none of that stuff exists anymore, period. Try to find it. It went up in smoke. It does not exist. People could tell the story of it. Or I remember we saw this, literally a whole boatload full of chillins. Then they pushed them out into the lake and the boat got a hole and it sank. What happened next? The alligators came off the banks and finished them up. Why did they sink the boat with the alligators? Because they knew too much. What do you mean they knew too much? Well, they saw me, they saw you, they saw a bunch of other people getting off that other plane over there and get onto this one with them. And you know what happened while we were flying? Yeah. And so them children are mad. You can't really tell. You can, but they will take one of you over there to that tree and literally, cut you up and feed you to that tree in tiny little pieces. So I'd suggest you treat them folks with a little bit more respect. Cannibal little people, inner city folks, just not getting the right nutrition. So in the quantum is good energy. I applaud Donald Trump and RFK Jr. He's about my age, right? One or 2 years. We're about the same age. I'm just 1 or 2 years older than him. But the fact that he is, saying none of the other countries over here, Kellogg's don't want that product. They come over here, they won't buy it. Why? Because it's got all of these, dyes and things in them. Well, why did they use the dyes? To make the colors more vibrant. What? Yeah, but eat enough of them, especially raw, you'll get cancer up the ass. And I really mean it. I mean up the ass, you will get cancer. They call that up the ass cancer, prostate or something like that. Oh, by the way, see, when I was at the doctor the other day, I said, I've had recent blood tests, right? Yes. So, um, since I know you, can we have a little conversation here? Well, what is it, Mr. Noel? And I said, well, how do they do a PSA test on me? And when was the last one? She goes right away. She goes, oh yeah, they always do a PSA, on men. And I was like, oh really? She goes, yeah, it's like standard procedure. It don't really cost nothing. She goes, and she looked through the thing, and she goes, yeah, yours fine. Yours right dead in the middle of right where it's supposed to be. And for a man my age, it being right dead in the middle is a good thing. So now here's Biden and company and everything, and they're supposed to that that it costs too much and everything. No, you can walk in the hospital and say, I might have cancer. Will you test me? And they'll do it. you know, this is so simple. And for them to put the rhetoric out and everything as they have makes them look so fucking stupid. I'm sorry. Did you just say that out loud? Because I have my blood results from last week. And it was just part of the deal. They tested these other things, but this is just part of the deal. They want to make sure, insurance wise, okay, they want us men, because I get called all the time from WellCare, they want us men to make sure we ain't got no cancer, because it costs the insurance companies up the butt. So what they want to make sure, there's tests, you can go have this or that, but please check it, right? And having just come from the doctor again the other day, they didn't check me up there because they had just done the PSA test with the blood work. So it's like, well, it was done 4 months ago. We don't think you got cancer in the last 4 months, but by the end of this year, when we do the end of the year blood work thing in 6 months, we're going to run it. Then we're going to do the PSA like we did last October. Okay. And I've already got the orders to get the blood test before I go see my heart doctor in October. So there you go. So they already got it ordered out for me. The order's already at the hospital. So this idea that Biden couldn't get a PSA test is no. Not just no, but no. You know what I mean? Oh, Jiminy Christmas. You know, all men, all they got to do is go, what's my, well, it's Mr. Johnson, it's right in the middle. Ding. Didn't cost, it costs $75. It costs, then you have to, and you can't give it to men over 70. And you dumbass, it's in the blood test. It's in the blood test. They take some drops of blood from you and put a few drops over here in this special little test, and they check that blood right there. It's still alive. And guess what? You don't have it. Modern science. Ooh. But that's the way it goes. That's the way it is. So, but these people who are trying to sell all this other stuff is just so wrong. But, the quantum theory business and the quantum field thing, they took these folks into a room to see how dumb they were. And they closed the door. and there was a little bit of noise like air conditioners and a fan or something, and uh, everybody was invited to sit down. There was, coffee if you wanted it. And, everybody had water, and so the speaker began to discuss things, uh, in within the quantum fields, you know, that we have found it, in looking for the boundaries and to find out if there's an edge to the knowledge, and to like where if we could, if that the Akashic record was just knowledge floating around, does it have edges where you could pick it up, you know? And so they're doing stuff like this, right? And um the people in the room are going, okay, okay, okay. And now, and he goes over to the door and he locks it, bolts it in two places. And now you are in a special quantum room. You are in a special quantum subchamber of some other thing that's blah, blah, blah. And so the people around the table are like, we came in for a job interview, but what the fudge is this? So now they're like, oh my God, we're in a thing. Does these things really exist? And so they are led to believe that they are inside the computer, that the room that they entered, sat down around the table, that they are actually part of the computer. And what they say or do affects the quantum computer and the answers that come out of the quantum computer, because these people are attached to them. They're not, but they're led to believe. So in this room, it's a nice room, a big room, conference room, but they are led to believe and are mind warped into believing that within that space, they are in the quantum. Just in that space, they're in the quantum. They're surrounded by the quantum energy. Why? Because there are little gizmos on the wall. I don't know what they are, but there's little gizmos on the wall. And there are lights flashing with them, kind of thing, Sort of like security stuff, or, okay. So, but this room, and they start mumbling to each other and talking. They go, well, what do they mean that, this is part of the quantum field? What the dickens? I thought we were here to clean up and do these things, and what the hell is this all about? So the next thing you know, there's a whir and a chunk and a thing, and this robot pops up out of nowhere and says, "Welcome, beings." Then you look at each other and go, "Well, welcome to you too. What's up?" And you have been chosen to take over this body. You're chosen to go over there and crawl into that guy right there. And you're not him, but you got to crawl into him so that you can act like somebody else. What the hell what are you talking about? Well, he's not really dead. He's just sort of hanging out, and he needs a walk in. So we've chosen you in your infinite wisdom and power and your almightiness, You are chosen to go into that guy over there, and it's called a walk in, and you're going to walk into his spirit, and you're going to help him straighten his shit out because he is acting nasty, and you need to clean his act up, or he's going to kill himself, and that is unacceptable. He's got stuff to do before he clocks out. And I'm telling you, you got to go over there and help that boy out. Now, you can't just be around him. You got to check in with him. Do you understand me, boy? Well, I think I understand you. Good. Now get your hiney over there and get yourself in there. He's going to do something dumb any minute. Now get over there, or I'm gonna blame you for it. Now go on. So the next thing you know, in our little scenario of stories to learn about the quantum. So this quantum energy, a spirit guide, an angel, but a good energy, has been directed by the Creator. There's a crazy person over there that isn't really crazy. He's doing crazy things because he had a bad concussion as a child, honestly. And there are some things that have been just knocked a little senseless. He don't understand, but he wants to. But we didn't see it at first, and now we do. So we're calling in. Come over here. Come on. We got an angel in training over here, and he's going to do what's called a walk-in. He's going to what? He's going to do what's called a walk-in. It won't hurt him or anything, you know. He's going to stand off to the side, and that gentleman over there is going to do something weird. He's going to do something weird, yeah. Why does he have to do something weird? Well, because he's got to be so distracted, otherwise he can't get in. So he's got to be kind of wonky. All right. So they was observing him, meaning me, to see when I would do something wonky. Well, then so this step-in fella, good fella, was waiting on the right opportunity to step into me and get the negative entity out and hang out with me until I could figure out that I had control of the situation, that I had given up my hopes and dreams. I had given up because I thought that this was all consuming and there was no way out. I had created something I shouldn't have. I spoke some words in a chant to raise demons. Had no business doing that kind of stuff. And so in the quantum, I had created a bad boo-boo, you know. So, but in the forgiveness of it, I sort of had to do some, and in the penance, it was that I had to, I'll use this terminology because I can't think of anything else. They had me slumming a little bit. Like, you know, you need to fall asleep in that gutter over there. Or you need to go over there and hang out with that drunk guy that just threw up all over himself. You need to go over there, you know, and lick up what he threw up. What? Yep. That's your breakfast, son. And so there are things that you get put through to make sure that you're understanding the situation. So during um, the walk in that I had, that other people have had, now, how did I get off on this topic? Because I wanted to discuss it for a moment. And I'm going to discuss it in another video more in length. But in our decision of what we do and how we participate with things, we can choose to participate, with some warmongers. We can choose to participate to hang out with dinosaurs that talk. We can participate in all kinds of stuff. But what we choose, is it on the good side of energy, or does it have a lot of negative energy in it? Now, there are some groups that have a lot of negative energy, but not all the time. So there's some Incas over there, and there's some, these guys over here, and there are warring tribes, but they only do the war song, and the dance at certain times. They don't do it all the time, but they do have little club meetings, where they get together and spend 10 minutes, and they all understand everything good. Yep. How about you? Anything you know? Everything's good, boss man. How about you? Everything's good. Okay. Meeting adjourned. But they know that everything's still on track, whereas they don't need a big ceremony meeting to exchange information. So when they started doing simple information meetings, and they always brought uh, some mascot of the animal kingdom with them. It could be Rapid for speed, or actually Rapid stumbles too much, but could be Moose, with stamina, and so and that's important. So we should be truthful and stand with the truth. When we bring in lies, then the negative energy starts taking its toll. Click, click, click. Well, there's another, negative ion. Click, click, click. But we're trying to keep it positive over here. Yeah, too late. Click, click, click. There are some entities that have formed over the eons. And they they see some energies as food. Now, it's not the same as the reptilians and the Lelouch. Okay, that's not the same. Um, but they do see munchy meals of collected energy. Like the killing fields and stuff like that. You know, and certain places during war. Those places high energies for death and destruction. And because they are of the opposite side that we are, that's their breakfast and lunch and maybe supper. But Dave, Hawkeye, come on now, wait a minute. Well, there are plus beings and there unfortunately are minus beings, but everything is loved the same in the eyes of the Creator. So the rattlesnake is loved just as much as that poor baby that got bitten by that rattlesnake was in his bed or something. Holy crap. And I think last I heard, the baby made it. So that'll be a story to tell. Wonder what they did with the snake. I'd want to gut him and stuff him and say, son, this puppy tried to kill you. Um, he was bit a bunch of times. I've messed around with snakes and stuff and have been bit by oak snakes. Um, have seen rattlesnakes, been around rattlesnakes, have killed rattlesnakes. I would not want to get bit by one or a moccasin either. But so anyway, back to the quantum ishness. So you want to understand, then just like I always say, you want to understand, then you have to accept it. Well, what is it? You just kind of let it flow. You know, um, I've learned over the years. I used to get down with my monk's hood on, and burn candles and sage, and on the head, behind my head, God, no head, oh my God, didn't do a damn bit of good, and it almost felt like I was faking it. But I felt like I should drum. I felt like I should chant or sing or something. And so, but it was like, not really, because it was just giving you a weather report versus here's you know, um, climate change is not our fault. That's a big message, right? Climate change is not our fault, only in certain places. But climate change is not our fault. It's the earth, changes all the time. Okay. Can you believe that? Well, guess what? It's the truth. But do you believe it? Or is it just another hoax? No, actually, there's a lot of evidence that shows that the earth has had cataclysms and stuff all through the millennia. And, we're just at another peak where the ice is shifting and the snow. We still have, we had a bunch of snow down here in Florida this last year. So don't tell me, is that global warming when we got 6 inches of snow here, and my daughter in Pensacola had 9 inches in Pensacola, with a lot of water around it. 9 inches of snow. That's global warming, right? Right? Science is right about that, right? Right? They told us about that, so we should believe them, right? Right? Eh. So that's where we need to draw the line and say, listen, they have been sending out lies to us and little bleeps and blurbs and stuff, but they keep feeding it. They feed the same thing. Trump is Hitler. Trump is Hitler. Did you know that Trump is Hitler? Did you know that he flew that 747 from Qatar back himself? He flew that airplane himself and landed it in his own backyard. Did you hear that about Trump? Yep. They gave him that airplane to fly around in anytime he wants to. Um, what about Air Force One? What about it? That's not Trump's plane. It's ours, the United States. We're going to paint it up, fix it up, put some stuff in it, take some other stuff out, and, then we're going to make it, Air Force One. It's going to take a little while. But, if you got some dedicated service people who work on airplanes and their job is to learn how to work on airplanes, I mean, in the Air Force had, in certain positions within the Army services, there is Air Force related things, airplanes, drones, they fly, helicopters fly. So why don't you take a bunch of good cadets, honest to God, good, shown up mechanics that already work for the United States government because they're in the armed services. And they will get a special award and a reward. If these volunteers, they'll still get their pay, but these volunteers will come in and be instructed by Boeing on how the airplane is to be put together, and that we're gonna form 3 full shifts of workers, 24/7. On Sundays, if you're Jewish, you can take time off. If you're a certain Christian, take some time off, but you got to swing back around. You know, there might be a pause for the cause right in there, but basically, we're going to run 24/7. Why? Because some of these machines are cheaper to keep running rather than shutting them off, letting them cool down, coming in the morning and turn the machine on to get hot again. I know because that used to be part of my job. So, but if you're running 3 shifts, there's no need to shut a furnace down. You keep it burning because you're still heating stuff, you're making stuff, you're annealing stuff, you're using the furnace. You don't have to shut it off for 8 hours. No, because there's people working here that are using the furnace all the time. It's more efficient, right? It really is. So, and it's not that the people on the 3 shifts are overworked. Nope. They have to have adequate time off. So it might seem like they're working a bunch of hours, but they're not. They're just working good straight hours. Now they can get some overtime at no, uh, tax on tips thing. But so you say, well, Hawkeye, what do you need these folks for? They could strip that plane down. I mean, strip it down. It probably less than 3 weeks. I mean, strip it down. They'd have that thing looking just the outside would be off. There'd be just nothing but a frame, and some seats, and they would take it apart. So you say, well, what good would that do? Because you would start with just the basic frame and build up. And for the guys that took the side panels off and things, they're numbered when they come off. They know exactly where they're going to go back to. So the person who took this side of the airplane off is going to be one of the people to put this side of the airplane back on. So you keep the workers at their stations. You don't bring somebody else in that goes, hey, what are we doing today, fellas? You're going to know. We're taking off this section of the plane. We're going to take this section off the fuselage. We're going to go over it. We're going to make sure we're going to hold the aluminum up to the light and make sure there's no cracks. We're going to do, a little stress test to make sure that panels haven't, this is what we're going to do while we got it tore down. So they could be teaching folks about how to work on aircraft literally from the ground up, tearing one apart and putting it back together. And also, saying, how many of you know how to work on a 747? None of you? Okay. You're going to start school next year and learn? Okay. So they do have schools, but you got to go to them and you got to pay them. We're going to let you work for us and we're going to pay you. But you're going to sort of be an apprentice, if you will. And you're going to work under this person. You're going to get full pay. Say it's a welder, okay? TIG welder, somebody that knows how to weld aluminum. And so that's his job. And they say, okay, you're going to still be an aluminum welder. No problem. But when you're not doing stuff, we want you to help look for cracks. It'll be your job for you to help look for cracks in some of these little substrates and some of these nooks and crannies we got. How about that? Okay. So he gets a little overtime, and another part of the airplane gets inspected that doesn't require a bunch of folk. The main thing that he's working on is sent right through, and they're they're putting their best scientist on it to figure out what happened, and we get things done. It's not that hard. But and I've been on some job sites, not airplanes down, but other job sites. And you walk in and you look at stuff and there are things laid all over the place. And you talk to the guy and you go, "What's this?" And they go, "Well, this is our project. And, the machine, it didn't really blow up, but it started smoking real bad. And we had to take the forklift and slide it right out of where it was and get it away from the workers and put it over here in the plant. And we're going to have to take all this siding off. We're going to have to take all this stuff up here off. We're going to have to go into this thing because we never thought we would have to service inside this spot on this machine." And they found out that they have to go in there all the time. Now, did somebody overlook it? Well, all it was a little something, something. And they put a little window on it and a couple of screws, and it's just right in there, but it's got to shut the machine down. It can't be doing it a cycle. And next thing you know, this little area, the thing is about to blow up and and hurt somebody. So it's like, oh wow, and you guys never thought that you'd have to get in there ever? No, man, we just it's ever might because we were asking him, you mean never ever have to get in there? No, man, we just it's just a void space, like null and void. It was just a void space, and we didn't see any reason to put a door type thing or screws on it to nothing. We just didn't know it was going to blow up. you know, so you never know, but you have to stay open to the universe because if you got something that you're working on, I've seen it happen with other people, and I almost got pulled into it by my own hand, by my own desire. But that they're working on this project, and it's a big deal. I mean, we're talking multi-million-dollar deal because we were making spark plug wires for them and for Honda and Chrysler and Ford America and Ford Europe and Honda, Nissan. We're making spark plug wires for all of the brand new cars. This stuff's got to be right. You know, it's not a, well, we missed one. No, they all have to be correct. They all have to be right. They all have to. And so some of these folks were like, well, we got 89%. What's wrong with that? Because it's 89%. That's what's wrong. Well, what do you mean? Well, the goal was not 89%, it was 95. We were going to shoot for 92 minimum, 95, to we could keep our scrap down to that. Okay, yeah, I remember what happened. And they forgot, they got lazy, and scrap went up to 25%. Imagine you're making a product, you're making 100 of them, and out of every 100, 25 of them are going to go in the dumpster. You can't make no money that way. So you interrupt and you pay attention. And you say, "What's wrong with this picture?" And there will be people in there that go, "No, no, we have done it this way for a long time, and all we need to do is tweak it." Well, I think somebody tweaked you because you're nuts. I just got here a year ago, and I've been working on these other projects, but out of the corner of my eye, I've watched you clowns over here. This is stupid. Why are you doing it this way? And blah 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 blah. And then, so in a way, they sort of put me in charge of it. Um, they wouldn't let me work on it, but I was in charge of the drawings, and I was in charge of the information on the drawings, and you know, so godlike powers. But I was holding them to their word, is what it was. You want to try this, and you want it this way? Okay, we're going to make sure that that is built the way you say you want it. And if it don't work, and you can't get it to work, then back off and let me try. That's what it ended up being. So, people, teachers have taught the same class year after year, and they are so some lady teachers, you know, are so adamant about certain societal changes. It's all right to be this way. It's all right for that to happen over yonder. And we, as people, think you should think this way. And you should go to our church too on Thursday, because we changed Sunday to Thursday. It was the only day that, there were some folks that had bowling gigs, but we thought Thursday was a good one, a good day for church. Okay. So, folks these days need to really pay attention, because the lies are taking a different turn and a different tone. And it's the tone that's sort of making me a little nervous. There's something that they're tossing in the tone of the subject that gives me chills. And I've listened. It's not the information, it's how it's read, it's how it's delivered, it's how it's followed up on. It's something. But there's something out there that's giving me the holy shits. What the hell is going on here? So, my friends, we should always be aware of our surroundings. There are lots of different ways to be aware, and there are folks who are like, "Oh, I got to go to some special class, and I got to go to." No, you don't. And people say, "Oh, you got to go into deep meditation. You got to." Well, you shouldn't have to, but no, you don't. If you learn this, it's really simple to get there, up here and in your heart. Once you see the shortcut, it's really simple to get there. Now, you don't have to meditate for 20 minutes. You just have to be quiet for a minute or two. So you use basically the same sort of simple way to do it, but it's not a long drawn out, you know, uh, temple dragon um, rite or process that you need to do. Is you can rub your hands together a little bit and say a prayer to the earth, and rub your hands with a little dirt, and and feel that energy, and take it with you, and know that you're taking that earth energy with you just by spreading some dust on your hands, And so you've got earth energy, and you're going to take the earth energy and you're going to use that. You're going to take it with you and you're going to go put out a big fire. And that's your job for this time around. And so you do it. And you go, that was a job well done of because you put the fire out. And also, you saved things, people, stuff, you know. And that was a brave job that you did. That's all truth. But then somebody with a different attitude will say, and that's what you did. Why didn't you try to put out the fire down on this end of the church first? How come the fire chief for this station didn't have another truck down on the end? How come the such and such and blah, 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 and umpty scrunch? How come, and it's like, wait a minute. So they give them a little bit of praise, an attaboy, and then the next thing you know, they're giving you shit because of something else. So the news has been that the good guys ain't the good guys. They've had to become the bad guys. Wait, what did you say? The good guys that got beat up, that got torched in certain ways, have had to become the bad guys. What do you mean? They had to switch at least halfway in order to keep a job. It wasn't their fault. Somebody called them these names. It was the other side that started this mess. But now this kid comes through and, almost kills, Dave and then this. And, wait a minute, what's going on here? So, in the quantum of things, it seems like somebody has put some information out there and maybe they're starting to collect it, the messages. Like, go over to 4th and Main and steal Miss Johnson's dog and leave a cat in the doghouse and bring the cat to me. We're going to have sushi. Whew, Okay. So why does this matter? Is because the truth is still being obfuscated. The truth is still being lied. They're still twisting stuff up. The judges that are coming up with these harebrained schemes and things, if they don't straighten this judge stuff up, there's going to be a drunk redneck that's going to be pissed off. And he won't be responsible for what he does because he's going to be drunk. Don't mean a little bit. He's going to be drunk. And there will be hell to pay. And he'll be so damn drunk, he'll pay it to somebody else. And then we'll have to deal with that. But the propaganda that, the orange man bad all the time is like just not true. I don't like everything he does either. But the majority of stuff, and I've been trying to keep an eye on it, because if something's going to go sideways a little bit, I want to know. That's why I already did a video about Dan Bongino and Kath Patel and what's going on. So I do think they have been threatened severely with using their children. So, and that's not cool. And they got to play the game until they can get those factions out, and they're in the middle of that shit. They are covered in rattlesnakes, and they're trying to survive. So we need to give them a break, at least temporarily. I might change my mind in 6 months, but need to give them till fall and see how things turn out. So and in the rest of it, people have been talking about going into the fourth and fifth dimensions. You know me, I've been talking about no, you ain't. Well, by using that phrase, no, you ain't, I'm meaning, without saying all the words, I'm meaning that you need to go to school first. You need to learn how to be in the fourth dimension. And being around this gentleman the other day, I was like, so what's the problem? He's going to do such and such, and it's going to go like this, and then blah, 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 blah. Okay. And I was sitting here, and I shook my head, but it doesn't really sound like a bad idea. And the procedure sounds sound. You know, we're hoping for a good outcome, so everything that was there to analyze ahead of time, it was there. And it was like, there was nothing out of place. So when Bongino said the other day, there was no there. So for me, with this one incident, there was no there, because the incident started like 5 minutes ago and was done 10 minutes ago, and it's like, but no, it happened in this time span. This was touched physically. This was, this was, and then that was, and then, and the ending. So sorry, that's the way it goes. But you go, well, wait a minute. What about the investigation? And show them the information. And you go, dead, deceased, head injury. Who do you want me to turn this into? Dead. Dead. Who do you want me to turn it into? We'll give you a copy, you know. So who pursues it, right? Which department pursues it? Who's in charge of the wang dang doodle, And so I could take a guess, but I'm gonna sit here and watch everybody else scramble. you know. Um the quantum is not something to be scared of. It is absolutely something to be respected, though. The information is readily available to each and every one of us, but you have to be of the right frequency. Now, them poor people locked in that room, they were led to believe, they stayed late, like 2 days, falling asleep on the floor and their heads on it was some rough stuff, but they were made to believe that they had been transported, into that room for a purpose, and they had been, but that you know they were basically just bamboozled. They wanted to see um, if the people would get rattled, and how so, what type of person would get rattled, like with a snake in a box or something like that, what they would do, a potential, what would that person do. So it was a setup, absolutely. And it used similar but not the same tactics, and with pretty much the same results, in my opinion. So the quantum is there. We can use it. We can abuse it too. The the Satanists, devil worshiper, evil type people, they use the quantum. I I'm suspecting from observations that they are using boatloads more psychic energy to communicate back and forth. Without a doubt and hands down, they're using, because bats have good hearing, don't forget. But they also, not every bat has it. Okay, so there are some that are just bats, and it makes the other, makes them pissed off. But anyway, so here's the bat brigade. How many, how many do you need to cover this, length of spot, and then figuring out how to get them there. So they figure out what the containment field is going to look like, and then organize, things to protect it. So um, it's going to be different. There are folks that are, complaining about this, that, and the other thing. But if these certain groups of aliens come in and start throwing stuff at us, it'd be nice to have a defense system that could knock this stuff out of the sky. You know, oh, we're going to spend, $135 billion. Yeah, but guess what? All of the components are going to be made in the United States. All of the people who put the components together are going to be in the United States. All of the installation of these things and operation of these things are going to be people in America. So you say, oh, that $150 billion, a lot of that's going to be in salaries. Quit your belly aching. You want to put up a missile defense system? Hell yeah. Why not? Why? Well, because you know how many jobs that's going to put, people are going to be building things. There's going to be doing science and research because they want to make sure this thing is accurate and doesn't misfire and let some fluky missile come in and kill something. No, we want to make sure the damn thing works, right? So with that, there's a lot of testimony, that has to be dug through. But the amount of jobs and to help America, all those folks are going, oh man, it's just a boondoggle. I just don't see it that way. I see it as a way to advance science, a way to advance science in schools and get some of these guys, hey, you want to go learn how this radar thing works? Come on, there's a program after school they're teaching, you know, and they're teaching about, you know, um, superconductors and electromagnetism and they got this crazy guy called Dr. Miller, and he comes in and gives classes once in a while, and there's some other well-known physicists that come in and talk, and they're really smart and they know what they're talking about. So come back to school. Let us teach you a trade. And we'll also, in the process, teach you how to interact with the quantum field. And that's what it's all about. We're going to have to learn how to, um, because it's going to teach us about the fourth dimension. And that's going to be a tough class for people. So, but it's going to be fun. So take care of each other. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe, and quit arguing about this quantum thing. If you just let your guard down and just kind of allow it to come in, it's not going to, take over your body. But, you know, unless you ask a spirit walker to come help you out, a walk in. But so you realize that you've observed it enough to give it a temporary trust, temporary truce. And you go, yep, I see it. Yeah, I can see how they're trying to make it work. And yeah, I can see the dedication. And yeah, I can see all the frustration. And I can see all these things. So I guess I should just keep my big mouth shut and let's see how they progress. Well, if they start doing good, then they're producing things that are for the good. And what's wrong with that? Nothing. Isn't that why we're here? Yep. People making and producing things, and not necessarily with their hands all the time. You can make stuff and put it on paper and let somebody else make it, but we on this planet, we need to make sure we're keeping an eye out for the other guy, and that our arguments can be held to maybe only heated discussions. So thank you, my friends. I'm tired, sleepy, gonna smoke a cigarette, take my medicine, go to sleep. So until next time, y'all be safe. And yes, Virginia, the ether, the the quantum field, the quantum containment, all them people locked in that room. That's the quantum, buddy. Nah. Quantum's all around. Okay, till next time. Please be safe. Love you. Bye.